Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. How's everyone doing? Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. It means I do everything from printer builds to some 3D printing, some cosplay stuff. Whoops, this stuff back here, some other helmets over here. We'll be working on some droids this year on the channel, as well as a full set of Imperial Commando armor. Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for being here. Today, we'll be continuing our build series on the DeepFriedHeroin Trident 350 kit. Uh, it's it's a little bit of a misnomer here in the fact that it's not like the LDO kit, which is full, uh, everything included kit. Just bring a Raspberry Pi and you're done. But it's pretty close. We didn't have panels. And other than that, I think everything else is there, but the box is more of a box of sub kits, if that makes sense. So we had a frame kit, a linear rail kit, um, a few extras thrown in there. Good morning, Sheldell. Welcome on in. So it's not a contiguous, fully packaged kit like you saw with the Micron or, like I said, with an LDO kit. But it is pretty much all there. It does have some pretty nice upgrades to it. We'll get into one of those here today in the fact that the bed mount uses a Whopping Orchard kinematic bed mounting system. So we'll be installing that at some point today. We will also be doing another upgrade, but this is one that I purchased, which is the installation of the ChaoticLab CNC TAP V2. Now, I did get up this morning, and while I was prepping for stream, I did take this out of the box and lubricate the high wind carriage and rail on here. Just something that saves us a little bit of time later on. And with that said, good morning, shenanigans. Welcome on in. Let's get right on into it. You'll notice that we're kind of a little bare on the table here right now. Normally you'll see a big printer here. It is sitting right over here right now because the first thing up is working and building the x-axis. Once we get that built, then we'll bring the main printer up here, get that installed, and then we'll go into belting the Y. Keep following along in the middle. Welcome on in this morning, Timur. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. So let's see. This is kind of what we're looking for at the end, except we won't have printed carriage and we won't be using the inductive probe. We don't need to do any part prep on the carriage because our CNC TAP is fully built. We won't be using cable chains because we will be using an SB2209, or excuse me, a Big Tree Tech EBB SB2240, not a 2209. So that's something we got to remember when we do our configuration. And we will get started. We're going to start off on the right joint, and that is the one that's got the little cutout here for the wiring that comes down through here. Once again, we won't be using that because normally that's bringing the wiring from the XY in-stop pod up so it can join into the cable chain. But, you know, we will use these parts. There isn't a quote unquote clean set of parts if you're not using that. So we just use these. We're going to start off with an M5x40. And looks like we're going into this right, to the front side on the right for this one. Flip that over, and we're going to need a couple of our bearings. have our tooth idler pulleys as well. And we're going to need our M5 shims. So we'll take an M5 shim, drop it on there. We'll take a bearing, flange side down towards the shim, bearing, flange side up away from the shim, another M5 shim. And then on our other part here, we're going to need to install some M5 hex nuts, 3 of them. These will just drop down in there. Nice. Folks, give me 1 second. My allergies are kicking in, so let me blow my nose real fast off stream. Sorry, we may have to deal with that a little bit here and there on stream, so hope you can bear with me some today on that. Okay, so we've got our 3 M5 nuts, and then we're going to just line this up and set this on top. Just like that. And we're going to flip this over, but we need to be careful and just keep our fingers here to cover up those nuts. We're going to need 2 more of our M5 by 40s. And they're going to go on these other 2 recessed holes, which will line up with those nuts that we just put in place. Hey, Mr. Liz, welcome on in. So Timor, and talking about ECRF, so what I'm doing here is flip it back over and just using gravity to pull those nuts down on these bolts. And we're not putting any ugga-dugga on here. We're just bringing them snug. We don't want to snug it down too much because then we won't have a good smooth roll to our bearing. But Timor, give me 1 second. What I do? Uh-oh, what do I do with it now? Seriously, what do I do with it? Oh, there we go. Here is one of the upgrade kits. So this is the SELEAD Labs, SELEAD Labs upgrade kit. Some wire, all the LEDs and end stops that'll be needed. The bits and gubbins, screws and so forth. Zip ties. There'll be some magnets and ball bearings. Of course, a ton of ECAS fittings. Some more of the Bondtech drive gears, ETFE tube. So it looks pretty decent as far as giving us what we'll need to do the upgrade. Once again, there is a basic ECRF kit in here, and this also does include the rail and the rods necessary because this does take it from a 8 carriage to, or excuse me, a 6 carriage to an 8 carriage or 8 cart. So should be good there. I am starting to print the parts now for this upgrade or for the ECRF. And let me think. I've got some of the self burner parts printed, and I decided rather than switching filaments out to finish off the stealth burner right now, I'm going to do all of the hot pink parts that I can for the ECRF and Cottontail. And then once I kill this roll, I'll switch over to the pot blue and immediately start with the rest of the stealth burner parts, along with the, what do they call it, the filamatrix, the filament cutting portion. And I am going to do the dual sensors, so the one sensor above and below the extruder gears themselves on the CW2. We're going to need one more of our M540s. And that's going to go through this hole. But we're going to need to take and put one of our tooth idlers in there. Now, there is no lip here. We're basically tightening the head of this bolt down right against the bearing itself. And we're doing that directly into plastic. So once again, we're going to be going slow. And as soon as we feel the change in tension where the head of the screw bottoms out on the bearing, we're done. We don't want to keep going any further because we'll compress that bearing and it won't move smoothly. And we also don't want to bind our tooth idler or strip the printed part there. But this is what we're looking for. And as we look at it in this orientation, the left side, the tooth idler is high. The right side, smooth bearing is low. This will do our right side. What part set are you printing? I am printing the, I am going straight from the ECRF V2 GitHub, going through the documentation and using the spreadsheet to print the required parts. So everything that I'm building for ECRF V2 is coming straight from the GitHub using the recommended settings, and I'm not going to do any of the upgrades that are also listed in there from other people. I want to use the base files first, and then we'll go from there. Now we're going to work on the left side, and we'll start off, of course, with our big part. And when we build our bearing stack, we're going through the hole here. Once again, the screw goes all the way through, right? So basically just get your screw sitting in there, hold it with your finger, and we're going to do a bearing stack. So shim, flange side down against the shim, flange side up, and then our second shim. Then we're going to take our bottom piece. We need to load in our 3 M5 nuts. And then we will line this up and set it in place. Like we've done before. Okay, we're going to hold our fingers over our 3 nuts. Add in our other 2 M5 bolt. Once again, we're going into the other two sets of holes, so we're making the small triangle. Flip this over and let gravity help us initially tighten these. You're printing some Wargame figures on your printer today at the moment. Still using a 03 nozzle, 215 nozzle temp, 25 speed, 38 temp build plate. Nice. Okay, and just like before, we're going to set our, we'll set our tooth pulley in there, kind of line it up with the hole. Drop our bolt in from the top. And once again, we're just going to snug this up until we feel the change in tension, because we are screwing into printed part. Make sure we still have a good spin there, which we do. You want to make sure that the head of that bolt is just below the top of the printed part. And that will be our left side. Once again, top left is the smooth idler, bottom right is the tooth idler. Now we need the middle of the two sizes that we have left of our frames. And this is going to be our X gantry. So we're just going to go through and load nuts based on how it tells us to do it. I believe these are going to be M5 for the top and the bottom. So we're going to have M5 nuts on each side, and the holes are facing the outer edges. We'll worry about alignment once we get the ends put on. So two at the top on each side, and then one at the bottom on each side. Once again, the holes are facing the ends of the extrusion. So that's the bottom, that's the top, and then this other smooth, or the other, excuse me, this is going to be our front face where we're going to mount our linear rail. So we're going to need M3 nuts. So we're just going to try and figure out how many we need. We'll need 8. And we're going to go with them facing the ends, 4 on each side. Don't worry about the spacing right now. We'll line those up. Give me 1 second to blow my nose again. don't know what kicked in my allergies. You've named your Ender 3 Sophie. Very nice, Atreides. Very nice. Thumper blocks. What does thumper blocks do? Okay. So we've got our initial M3 nuts in there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to line everything up. And once again, we're not looking for end-to-end alignment just yet. We just want to get our rail on first. We can work additional alignment afterwards. And our MGN 12 rail is going to go on with M3x8 screws. As always, I'm just going to get the screws started and then we'll come back and put our alignment brackets on to align the rail. And get started locking everything down. We're going through and doing every other one, and that's going to leave us with a, two in the middle that won't have a piece on it, but that's okay. And you'll notice that I'm moving this rail a little bit here and there as needed to line up on my T-nuts. That's another reason why you don't want to secure these down just yet, is so it makes it easier for these to move and align. Doesn't necessarily say it here, but I'm going to try and center this rail as best as possible. In this case, it's 15 millimeters on each side. We'll need our MGN 12 centering blocks. These are just going to pop right down on the rail. and the extrusion, and we'll help to align that extrusion top to bottom on these rails. Once again, I know these center two screws are empty, so I'm just going to start here on each side, and I'm not tightening them all the way down, I'm just snugging them up. And then we'll come back and tighten them down. Working from the center to the outside. And we're doing that so that it ensures that we don't get any bow in the rail itself, because that will mess up our input shaping and other things. We want to make sure that our rail is as nice and flat and straight as possible on here. By working from the inside out, it will allow that rail to even out and lay flat. If we did the inside and worked our way, or the outside worked our way in, these 2 points are already secured. So as we tighten down in the middle, there's no place for it to move. We're starting in the middle and working out. It has the ability to expand out to flatten out. What was that? By the way, the triangle upgrade kit is a complete 1.1 to V2 with carrot pad. After a quick look, could be wrong. Problem with the Triangle Labs kit is there is zero origination to parts. What do you mean by zero origination? Meaning it's just the upgrade, so it assumes you have the initial 1 or 1.1. So it is an upgrade kit, not a full V2 kit. Now, both kits that I bought were a 1.1 6 cart to a V2 8 cart, which means you should have the linear rail or the linear extrusion and the linear rods included, because it's a different length. Oh, organization. Oh yeah, you saw what I had. It was just bags. So, and I've got the, yeah, it's the Triangle Labs one. It is now stateside, so it should be here next week. So I should have that one here in a couple of days. So now we're going to be using M5x10 button head screws to mount the top, and we're going to slide this in. The rail will be facing the front, so this is where you need your two top pieces. And for right now, it's going to be easier for me just to slide both ends on, because then it sits flat. And we can work on getting our pieces aligned here. These are button head cap screws, so they are going to be the 3mm top. And you want to leave these loose, because you're going to need to, once we mount this, we're going to need the ability to move these end pieces and some on the we need to be able to move the end pieces and center this rail, so that when we mount it, we can deal with the racking of the gantry. Get out there. Okay. So see how we can still move things? That's what we want. Now we're just going to flip this over, and it's an M5x30 and a shim on each side for these other holes. And you just got to make sure that you get them lined up. It is a little hard sometimes. There we go. And we said it was an M5x30 button head and a shim. Take our shim, M5x30. And once again, we're going to leave that loose. Thank you. Okay, so these are on there loose, so that these can still slide a little bit in each direction. Now we're going to mount it on the gantry. So to make life a little bit easier, we will be installing it upside down because it will make life easier. Bear with me 1 second here to get the main printer up here. It is a big girl. But she's not fat, she's just big bone. Okay. Now, the centered Z-axis is in the back. This is the front towards me. So our linear rail needs to be facing the front, so towards me. And we'll set these on here and we'll start screwing these down. And we are connecting these with M3x16. Now it shows only doing 6 of the 8. We're going to do all 8. Because normally you would leave the 2 off to add your XY in-stop pod, and we are not going to be doing that pod. So we will go through and install all 8 of these screws at this time. This is a 350 build size. So it's 350 by 350 by, I think it's 270. So on the Trident, all of the Tridents are the same height. The difference is the build plate size, but the height is the same on all of them because they're integrated lead screws. It just keeps the parts count for unique parts to a minimum. And I am just putting these in loosely at this point, just trying to get the rails, I'll say, aligned with the screw holes, right? So they're still kind of loose. We will not be adding in the cable mount or the cable chain mount. Now, squaring the gantry, this is where it talks about sliding it forward and back and getting everything lined up. So I just moved everything to the back and bottomed it out. So holding a little bit of tension right here in the middle, now is a good time to go and latch all 8 of these screws in a crossing pattern. Realize you guys can't see this because of that screen, but it's same thing. A little bit of pressure in the middle that holds this whole thing straight. And we're just going to tighten down each of the 4 screws on the trucks. Now, what that's also done is, now that these are on the trucks, as I move this back and forth, I want to make sure that it's moving gently and not binding in any way, shape, or form. Run this back and forth a couple of times. And now that I know that it's aligned, I'm going to secure these bottom 2 bolts. Once again, holding it in position with my thumb with the ever so slight bit of tension. Okay. Now we got to flip the printer over so we can get to the other screws. Same thing, hold a slight bit of tension. I'm going to bring it forward and back a couple times. One thing I'm noticing is gap-wise on my rail, there's a little bit of a gap. So if I look at my rail, move it all the way forward and then look at my rail, probably going to have a little bit more gap on this side than this side. It's okay. I would be a little bit concerned about it if this rail right here wasn't flush. Let me bring you guys in. So this part of the rail right here, if it wasn't flush up against this part, if it was moved way over here and dead ended down here, that would be an issue. Once again, this would be a cable trough. Normally you would have your XY end stop pod here, and that cable for that end stop pod goes right up through here and hooks in. So you'd want to make sure that you leave that gap for those cables normally. We're not using that here. Our X or our Y is going to get mounted into the back. So we're not too concerned about that gap right now, but that's what you're looking for. Once again, I'm going to make sure that the little bit of tension, hold forward on the rail, or I can once again push it all the way back. Make sure there's a little bit of tension pushed back. And I'm going to secure the screws at the top now. on each side. And that's going to keep my rail nice and straight. Once again, make sure that everything's moving easy. Now, one thing that we can do, and I may have to add some additional screws here, we'll see, is we're going to take a break and install one of the upgrade items that came in the DFH kit. And that is a set of titanium backers that will mount on the rails. And what these are going to do are keep these rails, because you've got aluminum and then these really long steel rails on each side. They heat up at different rates. So adding the titanium backers or stainless steel backers, depending on which ones you get, will help stiffen the entire Y-axis, which is especially critical on this larger build size. Some people will say it's not needed at all. Some people, claim that they are. I've used them on both of my 2.4s, and I think it helps to stiffen the gantry up considerably. So is it as needed on a fixed gantry like this? Maybe not, but the kit came with it, so doesn't hurt to install it. Just takes a few more minutes of build time. It does come with the necessary screws, but it does not come with nuts. And you can either use T-nuts or the same rolling nuts that we've been doing. And I'm just going to use the rolling nuts that I have. If I need more, I've got plenty more. And 10 of these, so 5 in each direction. Hey, Shenanigans, thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate it, my friend. We'll do the standard thing of just laying this next to our rail and lining up our screw holes as much as possible. And I do want to show you that there is a bit of a bow to this piece, right? So this is why it's definitely critical to get it lined up and start securing it from the middle out, because it will kind of spread out a bit as you. Oh, thanks, Zombie, for the t-shirt order. I appreciate it. Hey, Westery One, welcome in. So we'll grab some of our screws. These are countersunk and these are titanium screws. And they're Torx bit. So that's nice. I'm going to have to grab my iFixit kit to get a Torx bit. Don't remember my last set being a Torx bit. And once again, I'm not going to ugga-dugga these down yet. I'm just getting them loosely installed. We may need to move the bar forward or back some. Welcome on in, Zombie. Glad to see you with us this fine morning. Danny Bar, welcome on in. Mr. Wiz, yes, this is a 350 kit. And I just realized I'm putting the wrong bar on the wrong side. And I'll show you how you can tell which bar goes on which side. And in which orientation. Pull these back out. Zombie, have you ever installed these backer bars? And if so, what do you think about them? You have them on your unenclosed Micron Plus. Okay. So you'll notice on these two bars that everything is the same until you get down to this end here. This end has a bunch of extra holes in it. So these holes are used to hold down the cable chain. Okay. So on your cable chain would normally run on your right side and it gets secured down at the back. It loops around front, comes up, and then it joins the X cable chain that goes this way. And the X cable chain is secured down on this side. So when we do the X bar, the extra holes will go down on this side to give us mounting points for the cable chain. The X mounts on back. Well, once again, it's got the spots for the cable chain. And I've got one of my 2.4s is Actually, the ones on Kyber Dragon, I do have the X mounted on the back. On Fey Dragon, when I added them, I put it on the top because once again, it's got the built-in spots for mounting the X-rail. And it's weird because, yeah, it does make sense that it would go the opposite side of the um, linear rail, but then why would they pre-drill it for the cable chain mount? Doesn't make sense. But at the same time, once you secure this down, twisting this side to side is not going to happen. So it's still going to reduce the flex and the twist of the large gantry, regardless of whether it's on the front or the back. And that it's there to prevent the bowing as the aluminum and um, the stainless steel of the rails will be expanding at different rates. So what we need to do now is just center this backer on the rail itself. And I'm not going to get too anal about it. I'm just going to eyeball it. And then once again, start in the middle and tighten things down. Okay, so that's one side. I'll hold off on doing the other side just yet and do the X rail first. No, I'll do the other side. If I remember right, for whatever reason, there's not enough screws to do every hole, which doesn't make sense. Like, why would you provide a kit with pre-drilled holes and then not provide enough screws to do every hole? Okay. Yeah, the goal today is to get our x-axis on here, get the belts on, and then we'll start working through the manual to get the bed installed. We're going to hold off on doing the ERC foot, or not the ERC foot, the tool head or build and install, simply because I haven't finished printing all of the stealth burner parts yet. I am printing the parts for the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder, and I am printing the, what do you call it, the Filomatrix parts, which is the um, the sensors and the tool cutters for the tool head. So I will have all of that printed out. When I go to do the build, I will not be able to show the actual uh, uh, hot end itself, because I'm still under an NDA on the hot end that I'm going to put in here. I'm not going to put the Dragonfly BMO that came in this kit on here. I think a 350 size printer deserves something more. So it is going to get something else on it. Yeah, Zombie, you know what I'm talking about. Once again, I'm just going to eyeball and make sure I'm spaced pretty decently, and then we'll tighten this down. You know nothing. Then starting from the center and working our way out. Yeah, I want to see that. And I printed the parts for the dual sensors. So I think I'm going to go like sensors all over the place. So what that means is each of the lanes of the ERCFA will have the sensors. And then on the main body, right? So this is the setup that will use the filament cutter lever. And of course, this is the CW2 side right here. So this will be the front piece that the fans back up on. I will have a filament sensor up here above the extruder gear and one down here between the extruder gear and the hot end. So I am going to do the dual sensors here. I should have enough outputs or in-stop outputs on the SB2240 to do that. What I'll do is I'll combine the two round legs, and then each pen will get their own pens. And then I did print out the ECAS fitting version. So yeah. And this will have the filament cutter on it. So the latch side here will have the filament cutter on it. And apparently having the dual sensors like that provide the best automated error correction. So you just got to make sure that you're either running, if you're running wires and cable chains, then you have to make sure that you have enough slots for everything. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a home run on at least one set of wires all the way back. So, and once again, as we do the x-axis here, Raise you. Well, I'll bring you guys over here. Your cable chain would mount to the right, so that's the side that it goes to. And once again, I know that normally you'd put the backer on the opposite side, and that's to sandwich the extrusion so it doesn't bow. But having this titanium here, it's not going, this is not going to move side to side. If this bows at all, it's going to be up and down. It's not bowing this way once this is screwed down. So I will turn this around so it's facing me just to make it easier for me to get in and work on these. And for those of you that are stateside, I don't know if you guys have this in Canada for my Canadians that are here. But awesome, I got the person at Dunkin' Donuts that can't count, so I got extra donut holes. We got coffee, we got donut holes, and apparently it is Girl Scout cookie time. Apparently I got some peanut butter sandwich cookies. And yeah, bonus. Oh, I know. And don't take this the wrong way. The little shits are like crack dealers and they sit out in front of every store, like Walmart and Target and all. Yeah. When I say they are like crack dealers, like we found a couple of people last year and we were like texting them or contacting them on Facebook saying, "Do you have any more of these?" Yes. Okay, great. Where can we meet? And we were meeting them at like the local elementary school and you know, doing the whole like exchange out of the back of the car. This one has 9. Apparently, I've got a bunch of these that have lost their little spring-loaded nuts. And I am sure if the balls can come out, if there's a way of putting the balls back in, I don't. They just get tossed. So they're sugar crack dealers with a side of peanut. Yeah. And yes, they ship them. Miss Dragon, she ate all the jelly. Yeah, Miss Dragon eats all the jelly filled out of the the thing. Oh, I know, and it'll be bad because Miss Dragon will be like, hey, I'm going to the store. Like I have literally gotten to the point where I've just handed him like a $50 bill and said, whatever this buys me. Welcome on in, Geiger counter. Yeah. So when we're talking about crack right now, we are literally talking about the Girl Scout cookies are out for the season. So Mrs. Dragon picked me up some Girl Scout cookies while she was out. And they literally like hang around the front of all the local stores, whether it's Walmart or Target or the grocery store. And they give you the little sad puppy dog eyes. You know, they sit in front of Lowe's. Dude, I've had them hit me up on the way in and on the way out, and I've literally bought on the way into Lowe's and eaten an entire box walking around Lowe's, and then bought again on the way out. It's bad. Hey, Collie, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we are going through and adding on we'll call it a mod, an upgrade, um, a superfluous amount of material is what it is. So these are titanium extrusion backers. And the idea behind them is that um, they will help to prevent your extrusions from bowing because you have an aluminum extrusion with a chunk of stainless steel linear rail on the front of it. And they heat up at different temperatures. So as you're heating up your chamber and over time, your rail can bow, which could impact your print. And I'll say, think if you had a print, say you were printing an armor piece in ABS. So high temp print that's going on for 10 or 12 hours. Over that time, your chamber is going to continue to heat up and retain heat over time. And as it does so, your linear rail and your aluminum rails are going to expand at different rates over that period of time. So that's why they talk about doing heat soaks on your printer to enable the best bed mesh rather than just starting from scratch with a completely cooled frame and just waiting for everything to get up to temp and say go. If you're doing small part, no biggie. But if you're doing any part with any height that's going to take more than like 20 minutes, then you're really doing yourself a disservice if you don't let it heat soak for at least half an hour to let things kind of expand out some initially so that when you do your bed mesh and everything, it comes out well. So right now our gantry is hitting the back at the same time. And when we pull it forward, it's hitting the front end stop or the front stops at the same time. That tells me that my gantry right now is square. So when we belt it, we need to remain square as well. And remember, we've got to replace these lower right-hand belts here, or not belts, bolts here with the Y end stop. I did go ahead and prepare that off stream after the last stream. Basically, I came up with some length of wire. This is straight PTFE wire, soldered on the end, had to feed it through There is a peg right here in the middle, so you do need to keep your wires separate to feed it through. Get your end stop all the way down in there, and then there will be M2x10 self-tappers that go through just to hold them in place. And then what I did was every so often on the length, I put a little bit of heat shrink, and that's just to help keep these together. And what we'll do is we'll route these right down the inside of the rail, and then it'll go down into the deck pin. So we will add those at some point later on. So we have the gantry squared. We now have our rail backers on, and it's time for belts. Yay, belts are fun. Belts are fun. So we do have plenty of belt material here. I'm sure I'm going to have extra. Let me go ahead and cut this. And then for most of you, you know the drill. We will route a belt, and then we will come back and cut our belt length, and then we will match the two belt lengths up and cut another length of belt, and then go from there. So we're going to start off at the right bottom here, and that means we have to come through here with teeth because it goes through the tooth belt. And I'm sorry, it's going to be the right top. We're just going to keep feeding some length out here. I always hate trying to get this around the idlers to start with because there's really no easy way of doing it. Oh yeah, they are. They are. Um, and hey, I've got a daughter too. I mean, she's a grown adult now, but yeah, they are the crack dealers of the sugar crack. But I will tell you as well that there are no drug dealers with a better distribution network than the United States Girl Scout. And that's probably going to get me banned somewhere, but there we go. So we come through there, we'll slide through here. Keep going right around the back. And the right side goes around the right hand pull, or this top end goes around the right side pulley here. So that fed through. Keep pulling it through. This side. So what I tend to do is I will bring my belt to one end, then I will bring the other belt to the other side of the carriage, right? So to one side, then to the other. I add maybe another few segments, and this is going to give me plenty to pull this tight and for any errors that I may have. And then I'm going to cut this belt. Now we pull this back out, which is always fun. And we're going to do another length of belt. So I'm just going to take this, set it down on the ground, unravel it a bit. And I start with the belt that I cut. Let me switch screens here to the main screen. Okay, so this is the belt that I cut to length after routing it. This is the one that's connected to the end spool. The one that's connected to the end spool, the first tooth of it goes in the first valley, so underneath the first tooth of the one that we just cut to length. Now that they are sandwiched together, we just work through our length a little bit at a time, making sure they stay sandwiched together as we do. And then keep coming up here. And then when we get down to the end, the first valley that's visible on the continuous strand that we have left is where we cut. And what that guarantees is that these two belts are now the exact same number of teeth. And by keeping them as the same exact number of teeth as we go through and run our belts, that means if I start with 3 set of teeth on the same side, that, well, 3, like if I leave 10 teeth on the left side on both the top and bottom as I go and route them, then both of my belts should be the exact same number of exposed teeth on the right-hand side. And that's how we keep our belts initially tensioned when we run them. And then we will go through, and as we tension our belts a little bit later on, we'll make sure that we de-rack it as we go and stuff. That's how we keep things nice and neat and orderly. So I always roll up my excess belt and I'll put it back in a little baggie or something. Another reason why you keep all your baggies. And this is plenty of extra belt for maintenance. Whoops. That is plenty of belt for maintenance. Like that's enough to do at least one more whole run. So if you ever have to do maintenance or you have a belt break or anything like that, you should have plenty of belt left over. And if you're like me, you've got little pieces of belt like this for days. So you should have plenty of belt there to do maintenance down the road. Now, there's a couple of ways to do this. And what I'm going to do is basically the same thing I just did, is route this belt through in the same way. And then we'll come back and we'll route the other one. And I'm just going to get the belts loosely in there at first. And then that will give me the ability to line them up with the CNC TAP here in a little bit. And as you're routing your belts, especially as you're going in here and around your pulleys and stuff, you need to make sure that you are routing them around the pulleys and that you don't get around any of the printed parts. And I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. And when you're doing this, remember that flat sides of the belt go against the smooth pulleys, and two sides of the belt go around the tooth pulleys. And that's a good way of letting you know that you've got your belts routed in the right direction. And also the teeth of the belt should be facing you as they are coming across the front. Okay, the first belt is run. And what I'm going to do, just to make it easier so I don't pull these belts apart as I'm running the next belt, binder clip. Put the two belt halves together there, and yeah, just like that. Just binder clip those two halves of the belt together, and that'll make sure that your belts are run well. And then I'll show you what I mean by making sure your belts are routed appropriately. And it does talk about it in the manual here. On this side, it's real easy, especially the way I was running it from the front, to actually loop around this back piece and then come in. So you want to make sure that you're not around any of the printed parts, that you're around the pulleys always, the bearings and the pulleys. Okay. And you just have to make sure that you're in your pulleys as well, and that you didn't fall over an edge and you're running up on the lip of a pulley. Now that we've got this initially in there, we'll go ahead and route our other belt. We'll get that routed. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing? How are you feeling today, dear? Hopefully you're doing well. And on this one, I'm going to kind of route it the opposite way because that'll give me the same kind of feel. I'm going to start off going around this tooth pulley at the bottom. And that way I can fight my idler first, because that's always seems to be the pain in the tuchus. What I'm using is my hooked or curved set of tweezers here, because it allows me to go in at the edge of the idler and kind of loop around the idler a little bit and help guide the belt around. This is what I've found to be a little bit easier in trying to get the belt to actually go around the idler versus just pushing up against the front and then kind of not going around the idler and just bunching up in there. And then I know Zombies had this fun before, which is trying not to get it to fall down into the groove here, because then it feels like a pain in the butt to try and fish it out. Yep, every time. You need to send your demon reminders to sit down. Oh, don't get me started there, because I will be right there with you. Okay, so there we have it. Our belts are initially run. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to let those hang down there for a second. And we're going to take out our ChaoticLab TAP. Now you see me build with these a lot. And the thing that I like about it is everything's pretty much here. This is the end stop. Very small, tight, compact package. Now the printed part for the X carriage, I think may be a little bit easier to get the initial tension on than CNC tap, but I like the fact that the CNC tap is all there and you do just one little piece and all of a sudden everything is done, right? Everything's already built. You don't have to go through and build it like you would the R8 printed tap. And as soon as you get it built, or as soon as you run the belts, it's pretty much installed. You know, run a wire and you're done. So there are a couple of screws in here that we need to get out. We don't actually need them to mount it, but we will need these screws at some point. So it's just easier to take them out now. And once again, that's because all of the screws are literally pre-installed. And by that, I mean your X end stop mount. The screws that you're going to use to actually mount the end stop are already in there. The other screws that you'll mount this to your CNC tap, well, they're already in the tap. Take them out, mount your end stop, mount it back up, and your end stop's there. Your belt tensioners already there. Unscrew them, run your belts, screw these back in. This is already mounted to the linear rail. you've got your 4 screws ready to go on your MGN12 linear rail once you get your belt tensioned. So it's just a matter of doing the 4 screws right through the actual CNC tap holes. So it makes life so much easier. So what we're going to do now is remove the 2 belt clamps. Keeping the one and the screwdriver ready to go. And I'm just going to slide this down, slide the back tray down so it's easier to get to the belt on the right-hand side here. That belt's kind of covered up there, but by simply sliding this rear down, just using my finger, slide the rear down, it now gives me better access to the belt path. And we're going to take the top belt, make sure we got the top belt, and route it from the back to the front here. Grab the bottom belt, do the same thing. Okay. And all we're going to do is look for the same number of teeth wrapping around the front. Doesn't matter how many teeth, we just want the 2 ends to be the same number of, the same length, the same number of teeth coming. Might be where your binder clip comes in handy again, just hold one while you grab and tension the other. Not tension, but get the length set for the second one. Once they're the same length, we'll take our belt clamp and get it started and clamp this down. Make sure that it is nice and vertical. We'll clamp those belts down. And making sure that they've got the proper alignment and that they are same length. They are. Now, you would think, well, let's mount this. You can't mount it yet because then you can't get your other side of belts on. So now we're going to kind of move this around some so you guys can see a little bit better what I'm doing. So we've got our top and bottom belts in on this side. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to grab the bottom belt, pull it through some. Top belt, pull it through some. See? Here we go. Okay. Now would be a good time to clamp these off. Binder clamps, forceps, whatever you got. And just make sure that all of them are riding in the pulley edges and they're not on top of a pulley edge, meaning they need to be riding in the pulley. If it's up on an edge, you'll get a different tension and pull across them. So you need to make sure they're in the pulleys on the motors appropriately, that they're not riding up on an edge there, and that all of the pulleys, to include the front idlers, that they are in line and not riding up on an edge of the idler. That one is. Need to get a light, get a light. Turn this around so that I can look at this other pulley. You see how that just flipped down there? It's because this top one was on a pulley edge and not on the actual pulley. Pull that. Initially taut there with the clip on it. And once again, this is where we can begin to do our initial set of tightening, just to try and make sure our ends are the same. And if the ends are not the same, then the belts are not tensioned appropriately. And you probably need to then start looking to see, is everything aligned properly? Do I have the right number of teeth on each side? A little bit of excess flap on it that may have thrown me off on the edge. Once again, we're not looking to ugga-dugga tighten this right now. We just want them to be the same number of teeth. Because when they're the same number of teeth, they should be equal tension. Then we'll line our rail up and we'll mount this to the rail. One. The sigh that you just heard me make was me realizing that the top two screws have fallen out of the mounting hole. And I will need to play go fish because they're between the front and the back plates here, so I need to take the front plate back off of this. Get those two screws out because they're sitting on the magnets. And these are itty bitty bitty screws. Thanks for the lurk, Westery. And those would be the two screws that I'm talking about that have attached themselves to the magnets. I'm going to do a quick search real fast because that screw should also have tiny, tiny rubber grommets on, like that. You need to go between the screw and the, so the screw goes in, and then the rubber grommet will go on the screw back. Now let me see if I can find the other little rubber grommet. There it is. And you got to be very, very careful that you don't knock um your MGN7 carriage off when you're doing this. Once you take that front plate off, there is nothing, and I do mean nothing, holding this small linear, or the that linear rail carriage on the front. So you got to be super, super careful doing this, that you do not, under any circumstances, knock that off, because it's going to hit the ground or hit the table and your balls are going to go everywhere. I got those on there again. We're going to line this up. Damn it. Got it on there again. It'll make me angry. I'm going to start getting these in place. We go find that screw that I knocked off. Jesus. You're going to need a drop screw counter here eventually. Okay, so that's on. We're going to take our front plate, make sure we get the top little sensor piece in place, and then it should come down and self-align. Good. Operative word. There we go. And we'll be able to go through and install the 4 screws in the front plate again. These are real tiny screws, so you just have to make sure that you're straight on into the holes and you're not trying to cross thread them or thread them in at an angle. Once again, these are very tiny screws, very tiny screw heads. I'm putting a good amount of force into it as I tighten it up, because if you don't, you'll strip the head out real easily. And then that's all the amount of travel that you're going to have on it, is this much. All it takes to trigger that sensor. Now, you've got these 2 long screws here. These screws are going to go at the top points here, and they are where you're going to latch your tool head into. So what I will suggest, because I have had these back out, they are kind of loose threads. So I will put thread locker on these. You do not want any of these coming loose. I don't put any thread locker on those really tiny ones on the front because they are really, really tiny. And they are, I'll say, kind of a pain. And if you try and put thread locker on them, it's just going to be, I'll just go with the word pain. Go with the word pain. And once again, these here are locating screws. They're not latching screws. If you tighten these down on this lower piece that'll have your tool head on it, it will rotate it forward. These are just locating pins. And you'll have 2 little M3x6 screws that'll go down here at the bottom that it rests on. So you'll have these little U-shaped horseshoe pieces that'll fit up underneath here, and then it will sit on the bottom, and that holds it in place until you put the 2 mounting screws that will go through it. So while we're at it, let's go ahead and use our 1.5 again, I believe. And where's user 1.5? And I'm going to undo the screws that'll hold on the X end stop. We'll actually make and mount the X end stop in a little while. Trying not to have a lot of dangling wires. That's why I haven't installed the Y end stop yet. Once again, we'll take these out. There shouldn't be a lot of dynamic load on these, but I will put a little bit of thread locker on just to make sure they don't go anywhere. And then it's just a matter of getting the holes lined up and installed again. And we just finished an ad break, so thank you guys for hanging out during the ad break. If you couldn't hear me during the ad break, the way to get around that is to either subscribe to the channel or do a Twitch Turbo. Okay, those are screwed on there. And like I said, we'll add our X end stop a little bit later. We'll hold on to our cable. I will say that I am going to have to cut the end off and re-terminate the cable. So this small end here connects to the sensor on the back of the CNC TAP. This is not the right style of connector. This would be great if it's going into the standard Heart K tool board. It's not. It's going into the SB2209 or 2240. So I will most likely remove this sleeve, cut it to the proper length, and then I will re-terminate it and put it into a housing that's going to be very similar to this. So for right now, I'm just going to put this aside. I'm going to put it in the bag with the rest of my tool head pieces, with my fans and stuff like that as well, so that we'll get to it once we hit that stage. So we've run our two belts, and we've got our carriage installed. We validated that we are going through the appropriate holes and slots and all the printed parts, and that we're riding within the bearings. We have our belt length to the same length. This is way too long. We will trim it down. Just showing the routing of the belt and how everything goes through. The belts initially. And like I said, our belts are a little bit of attention to them. What I'm going to do now is just cut off some of the excess length. We've got everything's in there, everything's on, our system's moving well. So now I'll take these binder clips off and we'll figure it out. We'll go maybe say here, cut this one, and go right down at the same point and cut the other belt. Once again, that makes sure that everything stays the same length on both sides. We need to trim a little bit more later. We'll trim a little bit more later on. We've got our belts installed, and I did tighten both of these down fully, right? Yes. Okay. Next up, we don't need the inductive probe because we're using TAP. Again, makes it easy. One less thing that we have to worry about. This would be adding the Hall effect magnet if you're doing a Hall effect end stop. We're not. We will add the end stop a little bit later. And now we're going to start working on the printed bed. So printer is going to come down for the time being. Move a couple things out of the way here. Coffee. So how's everybody doing today? Hopefully we're doing good. Getting tires changed, that's always fun, Chewy. That is always fun. What do we got here? There we go. So we've got a mat. We've got a build plate itself, double-sided textured. And we've got the bed plate. So what we don't have in here is a magnet. But we've got that covered, I promise you. Oh, well, that's pretty nice. It actually comes with a plate mesh, so it tells you the flatness of the plate stock as it was scanned. Interesting. That's a first. Now, because I was aware that it was not coming with the magnet, I did get another plate. So I have the double-sided textured, and this is a double-sided smooth with the magnet. So I'll have both smooth and textured plates. Like I said, this is supposed to be coming with the magnet as well. So there's the magnet. And so seeing as how this is my only 350 size printer, having two different plates and having both smooth and textured, I thought was a good idea. And our plate, the magnet goes on the top. So we just need to figure out which side's the top. So on this side, we've got our recessed holes and our stepped holes if this is going to be for a 2.4. So this is the side that the magnet's going to go on. And as you know, we do the magnets first, and then we'll clear out the holes that we need for mounting. Then we'll flip it over and we'll put on the thingamabobber, the heater. Oh yeah, it's always expensive too, isn't it, Chewy? The thing that's better than doing tires is doing brakes. And they're like, oh, you need new rotors. I'm just going to wipe this down. This is an anodized coating. So, you know, it's not like we're going to have any milling swarf or anything like that that we need to get off here, or any oil that it may have been shipped with. We're just trying to clean off any dust and stuff like that to give our bed the best chance for adhesion or for our magnet. It depends on the car. And what I like to do is I'm just going to set this on here and just kind of make sure that it, you know, how it sits on the build plate. And this is a very, very nice flush fit front to back. So I know that as long as my front edge is set right, that I will be set right all the way around this bed. So what I'm going to do is peel back one of the edges here. Not much, just a little bit. Close a couple of inches. And that little bit of a bit of paper is going to act like a spring to hold that end up so it's not going to attach. I'm going to come down here and make sure that I'm flush along the back, run my fingers up the side, and then I want to come down here and very gently push down and make sure I'm coming down right at the front edge and tack it just barely along the front edge. Because now's the time to make any adjustment. And the more of this you put down, the harder it's going to be to do an adjustment. But on a 350 size bed, if you're off just a smidge, you can be off like 1/8 of an inch at the opposite end. And now I'm coming down in the middle and just pressing it down and out. Make sure I keep any air bubbles out. And then we'll just pull a little bit at a time down. Now, if you have like a tile or a tile roller or a like a linoleum roller or anything like that, that would be really good to use to roll this on there to make sure you get real good contact. Do not let your spouse catch you using the rolling pin, especially if it's like one of those nice marble or granite rolling pins. They probably will frown upon that. And if you do get a little bit of a bubble, it's not the end of the world. Just use a sharp tool, a knife, you know, your hobby knife or a pick, and put a hole in it and let that air escape. Just take your time because this is the foundation of your bed. And I do that because after a while of rubbing this magnet with your hand, you can start to like roll off the top surface of it, or at least I have on some magnets. So, yeah, like the ink rollers, if you do any like ink pad stuff. So that magnet's on there, and I did get ever so slightly skewed on there, but I mean, it's very, very minimal. You're not going to notice it unless you're looking for it. So we'll set this over, give it a good press down. Now, before I go through and add my heated bed, what I want to do is a little bit of pre-work. So what I tend to do, and for those of you that have been on the channel long enough, you know me, I will drill and clean out my holes. Gonna check the hole size first. But what I do is I screw from the back side of the plate through the mounting holes with an M3. Okay. And so what that's going to do is it's going to provide me a nice centered hole in the magnet that I can then come through the front with a slightly larger bit, like a 6 or a 7, and clear out and get a nice clean cut surface on the front of that magnet. So what I'll do is I'll just take this and slide it off the edge, tuck up my M3 bit, and you want to make sure that you're going straight up and down. And I'm going to put a finger on either side, and you've got to pay attention and make sure you're not going to drill through your finger. I'm going to put a finger on either side just to make sure that the magnet doesn't peel away, because these holes are really close to the edge and I don't want the magnet peeling off. Make sure, take your time, make sure you're doing the right holes for the right bed that you're doing. So this will work for a Trident or a 2.4. So just make sure you're using the right holes for the right printer that you're actually building. Now I'm going to grab my 6mm reamer. Five. Is this a 6 or 7? 6mm reamer. Then we'll flip over, and this is where we'll find our locating holes. And I'm going to use a reamer because the reamer is going to, one, give me a cleaner hole. It's going to be a perfectly round hole. And if I use a drill, I can literally go quickly through the magnet and then start drilling out a hole in the actual build plate, which I don't want to do. All I want to do is center this bit and break through the magnet. So I'm just going to pulse. Once again, make sure you're going straight up and down. And we're just cleaning out that hole, and it's going to give us a nice, even hole. Nice, clean, even hole. We'll pick out the magnet that basically got pushed down into the hole. And just like that, you're left with a very nice magnet hole that will work and is very clean. And you don't have, like, every time I have tried to cut the hole with just like a hobby knife, I have left a jagged edge, which is a spot that can be a high spot or a low spot on your bed. So I find that doing it this way gives me the best results, and I don't tear up my bed, and I don't tear up the magnet. Once again, a little bit more work, but I think it looks very nice in the end. And just a professional, clean surface. The Nissan Leaf with 20,000 miles. Oh, man. So dry rot, basically. Okay. So we've got that done. Our magnet's nice and cleaned up. Oof. Yeah, that's the part that sucks, is when it's an inside sidewall that gets blown out because you don't necessarily realize it. And you won't see it until they put it up on the rack, and then they're like, oh yeah, you're going to need new tires. And of course, you have to replace at least 2 at a time. You never replace just a single tire. Otherwise, you'll get an uneven wear pattern. They at least need to swap out 2 at a time, if not all 4. Okay. All right. That's done. This away. We did the magnet sheet. Yeah, use the edge of a plastic object, so you can use one of the scrapers as well, like a vinyl sticker scraper. Small roller to firmly press down. Heater location, you want to center the heater, and it really depends on what kind of heater you have. Like on the Micron, it was not an edge-to-edge heater. Looking at this is pretty much an edge-to-edge heater with no inline fuse. That's good. That's good. So once again, just like before, we're going to look at it and see how it lays down there. Make sure it doesn't cover up any holes that's not supposed to. Once again, we have cutouts so that we can mount it as a 2.4 or as a Trident, which is good. I really like this. So let me turn this around so you can see this. You know, your thermistor is kind of right in the center, but the heating element itself jogs to the side. So that way, normally it comes right down into the side. So your mounting point, you're having to route your wires, around that mounting edge, which is very painful to do. So I like that they jogged this over to the side. And by feeling this, there is a resettable fuse in here. So this does go through a resettable fuse. We do have a ceramic fuse that we will put in line and add in there. So just be aware of that. But this fits really nicely. We'll be able to mount it real close to the edge, side to side there. And I do like that, you know, that to me is a good feature right there, that they've offset that to the side ever so slightly. Okay, so we'll go ahead just like before and peel our backing material off just a little bit. And take your time to make sure you're setting the edge right. I'm going to put down my hand right here in the middle. Forward edge. Really press down and lock that in. Same thing, just pull your paper back a little bit at a time. Continue to work this down. Now be careful once you get to your thermistor area. That is a glass bead thermistor in there. So you need to be careful around that. Do not push directly on top of it with any force, because if you break that glass bead, your thermistor is bad. You're going to have to cut into your brand new mat to get in there and replace it with a new thermistor. Which is another reason why I always say do your magnet first. If you get a bed that's got the heating pad pre-applied, no worries, just be cognizant of that and make sure that you put material on either side, like, you know, put it up on boxes or put cardboard around it. You just want to make sure that you're not pushing directly down on that spot on something hard and smash that. Well, Chewy, you can hammer on that if you want. Probably just not going to be a good idea. You will wind up having a bad day afterwards. Alrighty, so that's good. And normally I like to let these sit and I will actually like stack up boxes of filament on top of it to weigh it down and just let it sit for a couple of days to let this glue really adhere well. But I know that it's going to be a couple of days before we actually fire this up for the first time. This 3M is going to have plenty of time to really set in. We've got our heater. Next, it talks about getting our fuse in line or in place. And like I said, we do have a fuse here and we've got mounting points for these fuses. Now, the one thing that kind of sucks. So this fuse will take an M5 screw, right? So normally you can use like an M5 by 8 and go into this bed, no problem, right? It goes right through there, nice and solid. You've got plenty of room to go through into your bed, right? That's not an M5 hole, that's an M3 hole. So what you wind up doing there is I tend to use button head screws, so an M3 button head. And I'm pretty sure that's an M3 and not an M4. You double check. Yep, that's an M3. So what I normally would do would be like an M3 button head, because with a socket head, there's really not a lot of room to grab that. Or, simple enough, grab an M3 washer, and you'll see how much extra space that gives you around the screw to actually clamp onto things. That will give you a greater clamping force just by adding in a washer. Right, and that's what you want, because you want the ceramic to be right up against it. And this is an M3 by 8 screw, so I'm not going to use that. I will use an M3 by 10. I want to make sure that this does not come out, so I will put some Loctite on it. A little bit of Loctite on those threads. And I guess I am going to go M3 by 8 because that M3 by 10 just bottomed out and was not fully seated, so we will use an M3 by 8. So Chewy, I know you just got your tires put on. When do you want to come get your 2.4? So you want to make sure you've got good contact, but don't really crank down on this. It's just like, I mean, it's ceramic. So if you crank down on it, you will fracture that, and then you've basically broken it. So don't do that. And what we need to do is, normally this is up here a little bit further so we have some more space. But one of these is going to get tapped together here, and then the other end will keep going in the other strand. And then that, I'll find the end of that and I'll mark it with a black mark, because I want my switched power coming through this circuit, right? So, yeah. And I don't want to make this too short either. So just be aware of that. I'm going to hold off 1 second on doing that. Just trying to think real fast. We will add the ground wire as well, and that will go to the other side over here with an M3x6 button head screw. I do have the protected earth. I'm going to try not to do any more wires on here than I have to, just because they kind of get in the way a bit. Yeah, and I'm going to have to do this sooner rather than later. Now, here's what I'm going to suggest. Don't cut this short and mount it right here, because these fuses, I've already had one of these go bad on me on my V0. They will wear out over time and they will break, even though you haven't reached the 120, 135, whatever, right? So if you make this real short and you soldered it together, you're going to have to cut it off and resolder a new one in there. Well, now you're running out of amount of space that you can do here. So I'm going to take this down to its full length. We'll cut it here, right? Now I can strip back both of these edges. I'm going to twist them together, solder them, and then we'll put heat shrink over it, and that'll cover this end. The other side, I'm going to go ahead and do a solder with a butt joint, and we'll be good to go there. But if you make this too short, then maintenance-wise down the road, you've got nothing. You know, you've put yourself into a corner. We need this. So just be aware of that. And I do have a new TS101. So I've got one that stays in the stealth press and then one that I can use for soldering, which is nice. Hey, MakerMind Nexus, how are you doing today, friend? Hope you are doing well. We are working on our bed, and right now we're going to get ready to do some soldering on our bed. And so all I'm going to do is strip some more of this. And my plan is going to be, like I said, to twist these wires together and solder them, and then we'll put some heat shrink on it. I told you guys how much I hate the that fiberglass sheathing that they put on these wires. Okay. So how you doing, MakerMind? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Okay, so you did get the the A5M in. Nice. Very nice. So I'm going to start off. I'm just going to get a little bit of solder on here to get started. And then we want to just feed a lot of solder in here to get these fully joined together. And what I'm doing is I have my iron at the bottom and I'm applying solder to the top of the wire, and it's wicking all the way in and through. That'll make sure that that's a nice, good solder joint. Making sure I got solder all the way around it. And then on the other side, we're going to do a slightly different connection. We get some heat shrink tubing real fast. I invariably forget to put some heat shrink around this to get started, and then I wind up having to run it through the full length of the wire. This is too small. A little bit bigger size here. It's definitely good so far. Does have some dislikes. Well, I mean, yeah, we don't like every little thing. So this is my OmniFixo. I love, 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 love my OmniFixo. It allows me to solder a lot easier and hold things in place while I do so. Helps me get things lined up easily. So once again, we're just going to tend both sides. Okay, both sides are tend. Now I'm just going to bring them together. Apply a little bit of heat. Now you can use like a butt joint connector, or do like what I'm doing, and that's just soldering them together. Make sure you get a good connection. Do the pull test. Let some of that heat dissipate before we try and put the heat shrink tubing on. Otherwise, it'll start shrinking up too early on us. Stuff goes there. Thought I put that over there. Now you can be a heathen like I'm going to be and just use your soldering iron to apply heat, or you can, uh, you know, go grab the heat gun. Either way, you just want to heat shrink this down to make sure that that connection's nice and protected. And then we still need to put some heat shrink on the end of the other one to cover that up and protect it. Make sure you use a size that can get over both of those wires. And don't push it all the way down. We do want a little bit of that edge there, right? And then we'll come in and we'll just shrink this down as well. Try not to burn yourself in the process. Clean up and put the hot thing away so I don't burn myself on it, because I know myself. So we've got, bring you guys in closer. So we've got our inline fuse here protected with our heat shrink. And then we've got the other end of the fuse coming back through that line that we had cut. Once again, protected with some heat shrink with a butt joint there. And then what I'll need to do is I'll trace the right end and mark that end, because I want to know the end that's coming through my fuse so that we can properly plug it in, because we want the fuse to be on the power coming into the bed versus coming out when it breaks. Okay. So real fast, let's try and trace that, and we'll put a mark on that line. Okay. So it's this one. I should probably use a thicker marker than this, but all I want to do is just mark that line somehow. So I'm just going to put a black line on it, and that'll be the indicator that this is the line that's fused. Okay. Yeah, I've got a few of the cool toys. I've got a few of the cool toys. Okay, so now coming up next, see what we got next. We are not going to do the ZN stop no. We're using TAP. We don't need it. This is spare parts for us. Possibly even an extra end stop that we can use for other things later on. Wagos. Do I have the? Not sure if I printed that Wago, the bed Wago mount. And apparently I did. So the bed Wago mount will basically allow you to run the Wagos up there, which becomes a little bit easier to manage your connections going all the way up to your bed. We'll play with that in a minute here. Right now, we're going to need an M5x16 screw. Once again, we're going to Loctite this. And for all of you that came in from MakerMind Nexus, if you would be so kind as to do me the favor of double clicking my icon down in your bottom of your screen there. What that does is that brings you into my stream fully and gives me account credit for you being here and watching the stream. And that just helps my numbers out. And at some point, I want to start getting my numbers up and hopefully make a run for partner. That might be a goal for FY24 here. So we only have two rails left. So we're going to take the smaller rail and we're going to insert a screw in it, an M5x16. You'll notice I did put the extra washer in there. That just helps keep things tighter. Biggie ship did they just drop off? Did they just deliver your Big Tree Tech MMB hand board and 122,000 points I need to redeem? Yes, Chewy, I need to do something. Now, you'll see that there is a hole here, so we need to line up that M5 thread or the M5 bolt in there, and we'll bring it somewhat aligned with that hole. Now, it gives us a measurement of 175. That, I believe, is for the 250 side, because the manual is based on the 250. So what we basically need to do is grab a handy dandy measuring device and figure out what centered would look like. And for me, that's looking at 225. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this at 225 on the right side here. And I need my 1, 2, 3 block so that I can make sure I stay at 90 degrees on the other side. Because I don't need my frame to be offset. Now I am still kind of loose here, so I do want to start by tightening it up just a little bit. So I'm going to push down, make sure I've got a 90. Tighten up, and now I'm going to verify my measurement on both sides. 225 on one side and 226 on the other. I'm not going to fight to get half mil. Oh, and that might have just solved that error because 225 and a half. About 225 and a half. So that was actually the extrusion was a little bit twisted. So we'll make sure that we're nice and flat. And the next thing we're going to see in the manual is adding our pieces for the printed parts. So this is where we're going to stop a bit. And we're going to jump over to, whoops. We're going to jump over here to GitHub because we have a Whopping Orchard kinematic bed mounting system. Sorry. Yeah, rookie numbers. Yeah, I got to do stuff to get channel point redeems and things like that done up as well. So once again, we've got our Whopping Orchard kinematic bed mount. Curious enough, it does say that there's instructions there, and I want to see if it brings me up to the GitHub manual page or not. I hate when it does that. Yeah, so it brings me up to the page that we have right there. So this kinematic bed mount, kind of a nice, neat little cutout there. Completely useless, but there's our kinematic mount kit. Right, so what this does is it replaces the printed parts with some lightweight parts here, balls, some screws and stuff. So we'll work our way through this. So first, disassemble bed and frame from rail mounts. Well, we did that because we didn't install it to begin with. Leave the M5 and M3 channel nuts in place. So we're going to go ahead and install our M5 nuts and M3 nuts as appropriate. So M5 nuts, we're going to have 2 at each end. And the holes are facing the ends of the extrusion. This is my first time doing this. This is one of the things that was one of the upgrades that came in the kit. So we're going to need 3 of our M3 nut holders, and we need to make sure that the ball springs are working in them. That one's not. And once again, it looks like these are all facing the ends of the extrusion. And these are going to be the bed mounting points. So we'll figure those out a little bit later once we mount the bed. And it looks like M3 T-nuts on the right side over here, potentially. Both facing the inner, inwards. So two there. And then on the opposite side, we're going to have two M5 nuts. And this would be where the Wago mount would go. So they go in with the holes in the outer directions. And we'll figure out that mount here a little bit later. Okay, Makermind. Go ahead and lurk. I'm just going to sit here and drink coffee and keep chugging along. So now it starts talking about printed parts. That's when we'll go back over to the Whopping Orchard because we've left all of our M5 and M3 nuts in place now. Now we need to assemble the bed mounts. Attach the leaf spring, each of the three mount points on the bed. Front, left, right, center V2 mount points, rear center mount point. Okay, so the spring leaves, these little guys, little leaf springs, will get threaded in to the bed at the mounting points using M3 socket head cap screws. I'm going to dump this out and let me grab a paper towel. Try and keep things from running away because we do have bulbs on here. So, and there's no socket head cap screws. So that's where we're going to need to use our own socket head cap screws. Now the typical bed mount calls for which type screws? M3x16s. Let's see if M3x16s, which we'd already have in our kit, provide the necessary clearance that we need, or if we need to go longer or shorter. So this is going to be mounted directly to our bed. So I'm going to set my bed up. Run one of my screws through from the top. Like so. Right? Take a leaf spring, And then we're going to put a M3, one of the included thin hex nuts. And I'm just going to set that up there because it says you should have 2 to 3 millimeters left. I'm going to have a lot more than that. Let me just do a quick measurement. About 10 millimeters. 7 off of 16 would be 9. So probably a M10. Go with an M8. So M8 through the hole. Get our little thin nut on. Because it needs to be pretty tight, and I want to make sure that I keep this vertical, right? And the leaf spring is going to mount, and that little tab that's bent up needs to be up. Like it needs to be facing the top of the bed because that's what's going to spring load the bed down. And when we did that, that's going to leave us two millimeters of exposed thread. We can't do a 10 millimeter because that would leave 4. It says 2 to 3 millimeters of exposed thread. So we're going to take our ball and screw that onto that exposed thread. Just like that. That's our setup there. Now we need to do the same thing over here, but be careful and cognizant of where our wires and stuff are at. And once again, I'm using, I guess we're using M3x8, so I could use theirs, but I'm just grabbing out of my pile. So M3x8 into that bed mounting point. We need one of the thin M3 washer or M3 nuts. Whoops. Our plate. Our ball on there. And then the last plate goes up here at the back to make sure that we've got things out of the way. I have an M3x8. Kinematic bed mount. Sure it's going in the right direction. And the other tiny thin nut. Put that straight up and down. For whatever reason, this one's like twisting. Okay. Take our last ball and screw that on. So we've got all three of our leaf springs with the little spring tab facing up and our balls installed at the base. Assemble the front metal bearing holders. So these will be the front metal bearing holders. You'll see that they do have some very deep countersunk edges in them. So we'll have these and these. So it looks like we'll take one of these with the deep set holes, countersunk holes. We're going to place one of the round pieces on top of it, line the holes up. The screws in, and three M3x6 button head screws. Tiny, tiny one. Button head, so we'll use our 2.0 thingamajigger. What we're going to look for. Next, insert the GE5C bearing from below and secure with 3 more of the button head cap screws and, of course, the opposite 3 holes. So this is where we'll grab our hybrid spherical bearings. Or I should say our IGUS GEC 5 bearings. We're going to go in from the back, push the edge in, get it down in there, and 3 more of the M3x6 screws. Okay, now it just said there, insert the bearing and secure with 3 more M3x6 button head screws. Depending on the specific screws, you may also need to add a washer. These will use flange head screws in the production run. So the left is this side is a standard. This side has the flange head on it. So you want to use the flange head side to secure this down. If there weren't flange heads in here, then we would use, of course, the standard M3x6 with a washer. But these flange heads will add a little bit of extra width to the head to allow it to sit over that bearing better. Thank you for the follow, Roman Wolfson. I appreciate that. Now, technically, these are metal into metal screws, so I could, if I wanted to, do some Loctite on here. I will play it by ear and keep an eye on it and see if I need to. I don't think I'm going to need to. So and now we're going to install these. This is going to go on this side over here. And these are going to be installed with M5x8. It should be using these M5x8 countersunk screws. We'll just line these up and these use M3, or the M3, the 3mm bolt head for driver. Once again, metal into metal. We could use Loctite if we so chose here. And I'm going to flush this right to the edge. That side's done. We'll do the other side same way. This says repeat for the other side. So once again, we're going to take one of our rings, make sure we're going in from the side with the countersunk holes, line the ring up, M3x6 non-flanged. So how are you doing today, Roman? Hope your day is going good. We're having a good old time here working on our Trident kit and installing some good parts. So we've done, I think every single one of my large Vorons has, actually all of my large Vorons have CNC TAP. And this one we installed CNC TAP on as well. A couple of them have the version 1, but the last 3 I've built have been version 2 of the CNC TAP. I've got a salad fork, and we just finished a Micron build that also have Boop, which of course is a printed version, but it's, TAP for the motion sensor for the Z probe design. And this is my first time installing these kinematic mounts. That's something new. We've done the backers. Like, why is that not sitting right? We're not supposed to put this part in yet. That doesn't go on there. These two. So we've done the backers on the X and Y rails. Now we're doing the kinematic mounts on the bed. It also came with this kit. Hey Pete, how's it going, my friend? We will be also installing a Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder in this printer. So we will be doing a modified stealth burner that will have the Enraged Rabbit Filomatrix mods to the print head to allow for both a inbound sensor, meaning between the Bowden inlet or reverse Bowden inlet and between the ECAS and the extruder, as well as the sensor between the extruder and the hot end. That will allow for better sensing and enable us to have better control over the automation of any fixes on our Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder MMU. We'll be doing that with a full cottontail and all the goodies there. That'll be fun because I haven't done an ERCFA yet. So we've got our two front mounts here installed. Now for the rear mount, which is a slightly different setup here. Assemble the bearing retention portion of the rear mount as with the front. So once again, line up this retention ring, make the holes align. We'll need 3 of our standard M3x6 screws. So all these are a little loose right now. I did that so I can make sure and get all 3 of them lined up. And I'll lock them all down. Okay. Now, before attaching to the extrusion, they'll complete the kinematic assembly is sandwiched by complete the kinematic assembly by sandwiching 2 M5x20 dowel pins between the bottom and top plates and fastening with M3x8 button head cap screws in the 2 outer holes. So we're going to take a couple of our M5x20 pins and set them down in these slots. Okay, and they'll just sit right down in the slots. We'll take this plate, and it's going to sit over the top, and it'll also align with those 2 pins. And then it says M3x8 on each side. Make sure to include, okay, in the outer holes, make sure to include the M3x8 flathead cap screw in the countersunk hole prior to assembling. Some betas may not have this hole countersunk. This won't interfere with the functionality. Oh, sweet. There's the countersunk screws. So I put everything on the wrong side. So we get to do our first unbuild. I did not even notice that there was a flathead cap screw that went on one side of this. Probably should have told us in the first part of this to do that. That'll be it. Once again, get them close, but don't tighten them down until you get all three of them in so that you know you have proper alignment. You can screw all of them down and tighten them up. Once again, be cognizant that we have a countersunk hole here that we're supposed to put a M3x8 countersunk or flathead screw into, like so. Then we'll add our two M5x20 rollers in there. Add our top plate right over the top. We'll add in our M3x8s on each side. Again, we're not going to tighten them down all the way until we get both of them started. So to make sure that we have proper alignment. Okay, that's what we're looking like. You've got that flathead screw coming out the bottom. Now attach the rear assembly to the extrusion. Use the M3 channel nuts and attach using two of the M3x14 Okay, so this is all M3s. So we're set up with two M5s and an M3. So we'll pull the two M5s out. We'll need to add an M or a couple of M3s. Give us a total of three of these. And we'll have to work on getting everything lined up. Looking at M3x16s, which would be longer ones, I believe. 14. It'd say 16, right? Oh no, it did say 14. So, okay. Not going to lock it completely down yet until I get all 3 of these in. Uh, They will help things self-align. And it doesn't say how close it is to the edge. I'm going to assume that our M3 T-nut here is going to be real close to the edge. I think it's the step right there that's causing me not to be able to get in there. So I'm going to have to use my ball end driver to get this one to lock down. What I did, these are pretty close to being at the end. So I just made this one go right to the end. That should get us close if I need to. Once we go to mount it, I'll back it off some. So we'll assemble the front kinematic mounts in the same way, where we're going to sandwich our rails here. So we'll have the bottom, just making sure there's no crazy cutouts. Okay, so we're going to have the bottom. We're going to put 2 of our dowel pins in. Top goes on and aligns. Then we're going to put 2 M3x8 button heads. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, welcome on in. How are you doing today, my friend? We are having fun here. We are building our kinematic bed mount here for our enraged, or not, for our boron trident. I'm going to go ahead and assemble both of these. Use the original bed mount plus one other key nut, and it's going to go over on this side. And just going to look at this. Rows are going this way, so this is the one that comes over on this side. These get put on with the M3x14 button head cap screws. I'm going to go ahead and do both sides. So you don't want these snug down to where they can't move. Need these to be able to move side to side. And it says align and tighten the mounts. This is the most important step to get right. If the mounts aren't aligned correctly, the sphere nuts will not be able to slide along the dowel pin, and your bed has the potential to move. Be bad. Make sure the pins are all pointed towards the center as shown. So the pins are pointed towards the center as shown. Okay. Hey, Papa Bear AZ, how are you doing today? Now use the bed to find the correct location for the rear mount. You want the rear spherical nut to be centered in the cutout with the front edge of the bed parallel to the front bed support extrusion. Okay. So just realized we didn't put this on at the bottom, so we'll have to do that. But we need to take our bed, get this out of the way. Flip our huge chunk of burning love here over. And we want the balls of the front to be in the front bed mount. If not, move the bed mounts, make sure that they get in there and that things are lined up. Once again, we want them to be about in the middle of those mounts and the rails. Looks like where we're at here on the front edge. And it needs to be parallel to the front edge here. So good. Our rear edge here, the ball needs to be in the ball needs to be in the middle on our rear plate. We're a bit forward, so this needs to move this way some. So let's loosen things a bit. Hey, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are working to install the bed on our Trident 350. And this kit comes with a kinematic bed mounting system. So what we're trying to do is make sure that everything is lined up and that our bed is properly aligned, and also making sure that our bed cables are out of the way of our kinematic bed mounts there. We may have to switch. Let's do it. Press the bed down until you're sure the spherical nuts are indexed against the pins. Then tighten the screws to the mounts. And I think we are good. Now we just need to go through and tighten these all down again. Before I add the bed on there, I'm going to go ahead and fix my other kinematic or my geck bearing in here. How's your day going today, Daddy Wazzy? Hopefully staying out of trouble. These are completely missing that bearings. Wonder if there's another part that goes in. Nope, other part. I just have the initial in the wrong hole. Trouble is scheduled for 3 p.m. Uh-oh, what's going on at 3 p.m.? Her name is Carla. That your don't you have a new puppy? No puppy? For some reason you had a new puppy or a dog. Get easy. Yeah, we've been having fun working on the Trident today. So we got a bunch of cool little mods and upgrades to it that we get to try out. All new stuff. So always fun to play around with new things. So press the bed down, line everything up, put everything in place. And now bed is now kinematically coupled to the frame. So our wires are on the wire hang or the parts for the wire are on the left side here. All of my wires set up to go this direction versus the other direction. So let me move this to the other side. That's weird. It runs my wires this way. We'll figure it out. Cable chain goes to the left of it. I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. That's a later problem. So our bed is now on there, making sure all the wires are out of the way. And now what we're going to do is use the M3x6 socket head cap screws. More like M3x8s, but okay. That's what they have here. They said socket head, not button head. I've got M3x6 button head. Preload leaf springs. The bed is now kinematically coupled to the frame. It should feel very secure with no wiggle or in lateral motion, which is true. However, it's only being held in place by gravity. Attach the bed, but still leave room for expansion. Use the M3x6 socket head cap screws to secure the tip of the leaf springs into the threaded hole at the end of each mount. Bend the spring down with your finger and thread the screw into the hole. But once again, the only socket heads that I have are M3x8. I do have a bunch of M3x6 button heads. Should we just use the M3x6 button heads? And I love that it doesn't necessarily tell us how much to tension it. Other than do not do it all the way down. Well, that's nice. So they're not all the way down. And now it says to reattach the carriages using the M5x16 button head cap screws. So that would be where we're at. We've got a few extra screws here. Um, we'll throw those away. And let's put a couple of things up and we'll grab the printer and bring it up here and we'll mount the bed in it. Oh, it goes one way. Printer goes up there. And where our bed's at, this is going to be somewhat of a tight fit probably. Yeah, because of where I've got everything sitting at. So just going to rotate these down some. All I'm doing is dropping the top of the truck down beneath the third, whatchamacallit, the third screw, which should give me room to bring this up and just lay it in place. And then we'll need M5 by 16 button head cap screws. And if we remember, we have tape underneath here that are holding these M5 nuts in. We'll just set these M5 by 16 screws down in there to do some quote unquote locating. This one's not lining up. We'll have to fix that. The front two are, so we'll work with that for now. Let me grab my button head or my ball end screw. I'm going to remove the tape, moving my finger in to hold that nut and basically push it up in there so that I can actually screw this into the nut. You do the same thing over here. Removing the tape, pushing the nut up so that I can get it to bite on the screw. Then we'll screw that down. So there's the front two screwed in. Now we're going to turn this around. Guys, a little bit of a look here. So what we've got is this third one is not lining up. I need to kind of see. So the bed mount is still too far back. Even though the kinematic piece is about in the middle. So what that tells me is I'm going to have to undo the kinematic, the M6 screws on the kinematic bed so I can lift the bed up. Move that to the side. I'm going to have to scoot this back until it lines up with the hole. And that will be our proper positioning. Okay, so now that that's in there, I'll tighten these two back up. We went back like maybe 1-2 millimeters at most. So it's not like we're going to be completely off kilter when we screw this back in. And we'll do a little side to side shake. Make sure that we're still in our kinematic mounts. Make sure my wires aren't in the way. One, two, three. Okay, so there's our kinematic bed mount. We now have our rear screw lined up. I'm going to remove this tape. Once again, put my finger there so that bolt doesn't fall out. And we'll tighten this last one up. And that should be our kinematic bed mount. All done. How's it going, Aaron? Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, sir. Nick, welcome in. You haven't built a printer yet, but did just order an Orbiter 2 to put on the Sunlu T3 since it decided to encase the hot end in filament. Okay, it should work with the stock board because the standard Orbiter 2 is just an extruder, right? So it's just making sure that you get your phases right when you plug it in. Now if it encased the hot end, if you had to replace the hot end, well, then that's something else as well. But okay, so it also says fix the end stop, which we're not doing because, well, we're not using the end stop. And that might be what these two M3s are over here, is to mount the end stop. In which case we'll take those back out because we won't need them. And that's exactly what these two M3s are on this side. So we'll pop those back out since we won't need them. Oh, where did that one go off to? I need to make sure and keep hold of these M3 ones because I'm now out of the M3 ones in the kit because they were, let's just say, I had to throw a bunch away. So to give you an idea, all of the M3 ones there, that's all the balls and the springs that popped out of some. So not saying that they gave me crappy ones because it does happen. But yeah, we lost a few balls and springs out of those. Okay, so now we're back to, we're not going to do the end stop. Now we would be mounting the Wagos on this side of the printer. So let's go ahead and we'll set this on its side, like so. And we've got our Wago mount. Let me go find the Wagos out of here. I know there were Wagos. Well, I could swear there were Wagos. I know. I'm pretty sure I saw Wagos. I am not seeing them now, so no biggie. I've got plenty. I buy them by the box off of Amazon's. Got plenty of Wagos. These are the 2-pin Wagos, the 2-connector Wagos. Yeah, I found a few that haven't been tapped either. And like I said, I've got plenty. I buy M3 and M5 rolling T-nuts like by the 100 to 200 count all the time. So that's not that big of a deal. Now you do these with the open facing down. So we'll line this up. And these get installed with M5 by 10s. Oh, yeah. Aaron, how are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm going to kind of pull this over here. Tighten things down to secure things up. Okay. Now it's going to want me to take the bed and the heater wires. So in this case, the thermistor wires are the ones that go all the way back direct. So we'll take our bed wires here. And you can loop them up like this. You can route them back up underneath and around. It's up to you how you want to do it. The biggest thing here is get your wires pulled apart. Probably going to just bring them up and over. So the one that goes through the fuse will be the first one. Your neutral will be the second one, and then the ground will come into the third one. So and figure out your distance there and trim. Once again, be nice to yourself and leave a little bit of extra. Now, the other thing too is there's a trick here, and that trick is to use some heat shrink when you pull the ends off of these to keep them from fraying, this insulation from fraying. Now, you can put English, such a hard language sometimes. You can put your ferrules on here if you want. There's nothing that says that you have to or that you can't, but the Wago system says you can, but you don't have to. It's made for bare wire. What I am going to do is put a little bit of heat shrink on the end so that the end doesn't fray after I cut it. One of the nice things is you need to take off 11 millimeters, and your Wago connector has a measurement on the side that shows you where your 11 is. So I try to kind of eyeball it, do some, and then I'll come back and do a little bit more if I need to. Just how I do it, your mileage may vary. So I kind of did a little bit extra. I'm going to twist my wires to make sure I don't have any wire that kind of gets out to the side. I'm going to double check my measurement and move my heat shrink tubing up to the mark. You don't really need it to go over too far, just a tiny bit. And I am going to grab my heat gun for this one. It's going to be easier. Got that little shield on it so that when you do it, it will circulate the heat right back on it. You'll do all sides at once. Okay, so this is the one that we've pre-soldered before. So this is the one that goes to the ceramic heater. Now, in the past, I've literally taken the output of the ceramic heater into here and then, so there's ways of doing it. The ceramic heater goes in the first one, which is going to be load. In fact, so load, neutral, ground. Hey, Pezlis, how's it going? Oh, well, hell, if you were out for Korean barbecue, you get a pass. You get a pass on being late then. Garage has no windows or anything to set it up without garage door open. Okay. Oh, you're doing resin printing? Yeah, at some point I may go through and redo all the garage. I really need to decide if I'm going to get property. And if we're not going to find property, then I'm just going to go ahead and start doing some other stuff to turn the garage into some more workspace for us. I'm sorry, folks. I am going to grab a snack. Okay, so once again, this is the one that comes up through the fuse. That's our load. Our other one is going to be the neutral. Twist that end. Use our Fairwago here to measure the end. Make sure we've got the 11 millimeters exposed. Add a little, cover the edge some. Crank that down. We'll bring that one around into the neutral. A little tug. Now we don't have a ground wire in yet. That would be part of our Lineo kit that I did get. So I tend to get the Lineo under the deck wiring kit, which comes with all the wires needed for any of your Voron, whether it's 2.4 or the Trident. You'll have safety ground for the frame and din rail. You'll have some terminators, like I need more of those. PSU to controller, SSR, spare wire, because I love Lineo for that. Hey, look, they provided Wegos. Zip ties and bases, the power inlet to the Wegos, 5-volt PSU, controller to SSR. Hey, bed safety ground, and a depinning tool that I just throw right in the garbage because I've got a nice set of J ready now. Thanks to KB3D Chris for turning me on to those. We'll throw those back in there for now. We'll use this a little bit later when we go to tackle the rest of our electrical and wiring. So we've got these two in. We're going to need our bed safety ground here. Now on a 350 printer, this probably isn't going to do the entire way. Well, maybe. It'll probably do it. It'll probably do it. So we need to get our M3 screw lug here to mount uh, our wire. And this is an M3 by 6 that we need. So what we will do is we will grab the spare M3 by 6 flange head, button head cap screw that we had, because that'll work nicely against this wire. See as I drop it. I'm going to go ahead and twist that wire back so it's going back towards my Wagos, because that's going to give me the most amount of length when I go to set this up. Make sure it's really nice and good and tight. The response to that is it's not. The M6 is in there, but it's not tight against the wire ring. So we'll do the old standby, which is add a washer. I'll add a little bit more oomph to it. There we go. That's tight now. And once again, we'll bring this up here, give us a little bit of playroom. Goes our wire. A little bit more. And bring your wire over and install. Make sure it's all the way down in there. Give it a tug. All three of those are there. Now, once again, our fused wire is the one that we marked, right? That's one we want to make sure is going to our load, which is going right into our thing there. So we'll go ahead and get this trimmed off. Probably should have put some heat shrink tube on that before I cut it, not after. for length. Shrink this down real fast. Once again, we're going to plug this into the line side. Other one, go into the other side. Verify our length. Shrink this down. That's nice and tight. And then I'll have our ground wire and hoping this is probably not going to make it through the cable chain. So we will use a little bit different ground wire. I think I have some extra somewhere else. So we'll just use this in a different location and we'll swap out a different ground wire. Now this will be going into a cable chain, so we cannot use, well, you do not want to use silicone wire in a cable chain because it will fail. It will fail quicker than standard wire, or standard wire. It'll fail quicker than like TEP wiring will. So know that we'll have somewhere down here, actually it's this corner, come up this way, around, and even this is not going to make it. So we'll have to figure something out here shortly. Well, not shortly. When we start doing all of our wiring, we'll have to figure that out. May have a little bit more of this wire pre-done. I want to try and keep the green wire scheme. Might be able to grab one from one of the other ones or one of the other pieces. We are not going to work on the stealth burner just yet because I've got some things that I need to do to get the stealth burner ready. So we'll work on the stealth burner in a little while. Oh, what was that? Solar, welcome on in, Solar. Hey, Timur, how's it going? Following link is a fairly in-depth look at how to make a cheap linear rail into a good rail. We'll need to read between the lines a little bit. You mean like basically pull it all apart, clean it out well, and reball it and re-grease it. Solar, thank you so much for the 10 Tier 1 gift subs. I appreciate that so much. Let's see, who got gift subs? Mayhem 83, 491 Phantom, Audi Glaze, Forever United, Frankenbee Gaming, DW or D4WM, Aussie, Lancer 245, Drift Gear, Leroy J6. Thank you all so much. Please, if you got a gift sub, please thank Solar 3DP for that. I appreciate that, Solar. Hey, Chewy, thank you for resubscription. Or I'm sorry, no, you gifted a tier 1 sub to NetKisa. Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. I keep forgetting you do nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. Okay. So we're not going to do a stealth burner yet. We'll work on the stealth burner next stream. Because I've got some parts I need to. Oh, we kicked off a level a hype train. So we're in a level 4 hype train already. Holy jabizbazah. Okay. So with that, we will start our wiring here in a little bit. But for now, I'm going to kind of put some things up. I'm going to set this printer down on the ground, and we're going to chat and hype it up a bit. So let me get this out of the way. Oh, didn't work like I wanted it to. All right. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, we went straight to level 4. That's what happens when you've got gift subs, is they count right when if they come in within a certain time frame before the hype train kicks off. So all of Solar's things counted. So I appreciate that. Chewy's counted as well. Thank you very much, Chewy. Shenanigans with 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So while we're working through this hype train, I do want to remind everybody next week is going to be a special stream. Okay, so next week we kick off our streamiversary. So our 1-year streamiversary, which I believe was actually, well, January 29th was my affiliate streamiversary. And my birthday is next Saturday. So next weekend, we're going to do a combined streamiversary birthday stream. So you want to be here next week. We're probably not going to start the prize giveaways early because I know there's a lot of people. I start at 10. That's like 8 a.m. on a Saturday for my West Coast folks. So I'll be a little nice. We'll wait until noon like we did the last time we did a giveaway. But we have LDO Motors is providing a Smart Orbiter 3. We're going to have the Fadis is providing a Rapido 2 and a roll of their AE-worthy ABS glass-filled filament. KB3D is going to be providing 2 $25 gift certificates, a $50 gift certificate, and a $100 gift certificate. And then I'm going to throw in a few things like 2 Dragonfly BMO hot ends and a FISEC all metal. I do mean all metal mini or Sherpa Mini extruder. Oh, thank you, Pezliz, for the 2 bits. I appreciate it. Not till after 5:30 p.m. Well, how about this? How about this, Chewy? Since I'm not going to stay till 5:30 p.m., I we'll talk. We'll talk. So, and there may be more. I'm still reaching out to a few people to see if they're willing to throw something in last minute. I will also say I did post a tweet already. I will retweet it, and I will make sure it's on the Discord as well. There are some shipping restrictions. So the LDO is US only, and I believe he's going to have that shipped from one of his resellers here in the US. The Fadis is US, Canada, most of Europe, and the East. So Korea, Japan, China, stuff like that. The KB3D gift certificates are worldwide. The stuff that I am sending, I'm going to have to limit to US and Canada just because of shipping. Um, so unfortunately, but we can probably work something else out. I've been trying to reach out to Polymaker. Liz, should I be reaching out directly to 3D Print General instead of like the main Polymaker channel, which is, I'm assuming is Nick? Because I know if I was able to do Polymaker, that would definitely be worldwide. And thank you for 10 more cheered bits, Pez Liz, and 100 more bits from Shenanigans. Thank you. Keeping the hype train going. And actually, the hype train just ended. Yeah, reach out to Sean. Okay. Um, sounds good. I will do that. So thank you for the hype train. We had 11 gifted subs and 412 bits. So thank you all very much for that. I appreciate it. Looks like we got some people with some level 3 hype train emotes. So awesome, awesome, awesome. So awesome. Send you a note on Discord. Okay, thanks, Pezliz. I appreciate that. And like I said, there may be a few other things that I wind up throwing in as well. I've got a few things over here in the bench stock, but I want to do stuff that's new in box, not stuff that I've opened and used previously. So, yep, awesome. Well, thank you everybody for getting a hype train going, and definitely, if you can make it next week. Like I said, I will be uh, having a big stream next week. We'll do a little bit of building, but I also want to just focus on having fun and hanging out and enjoying a birthday, right? And celebrating a full year of streaming and just sharing my knowledge with you all and sharing the community with you all. Because that's one thing that most of you can attest to. The printer builds and everything are really cool, but it's the community that keeps us here, right? If we didn't have such a great community, it wouldn't matter if I'm doing printer builds or what have you. We're not going to hang out. We're not going to be together. It's the community, and that's why being able to go to the rep festivals is so awesome because we get to see everybody and we get to talk to everybody face to face, right? So just thank you, everybody. So one thing that we need to double check here is what kind of cable chain they sent, because we need to determine whether we're going to use our 2 or 3 hole cable chain, or if they sent me cable chain at all, because that would be a good thing to look at as well. Be an end run somewhere. Where's at the beginning or the end? We'll do it this way. I do pick the dullest knife I had. Okay, this is Genrail and Cable Raceway. No cable chain in there. Okay, so I actually don't have the cable or the cable chain from them. So, oh, that's big cable. Can't use that one. All right, folks, I'm trying to check real fast and find some cable chain, which, there we go. And so I have cable chain and no cable chain ends. Well, that works out splendiferously. So I'll have to make some cable chain ends, and it's generic cable chain, or I can see if I can get some on um, Amazon real fast. Really need to book your ticket and take time off work for Murph? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Like I said, I will be going, and Mrs. Dragon will be there with me. So, and I know Royal Nomi and BC are going to be there. A lot of people are going to. Yeah, I know I can just print the ends. It was really, I needed to figure out whether I needed the 2-hole or the 3-hole part. And based on what I'm seeing here, it's just the 3-hole part that I need, because I will be using generic cable chain. And I believe that's what I probably printed out. The question is if it's in here or, yep, there's the 3 version. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. So, oh no, that's a 3 and a 2. So I printed out both of them. Oops, helps if I go here. So you kind of really have 2 options. You have a 3 or a 2. The 2 is the actual IGUS chain. If you're not using the IGUS chain, you're using the generic one, you're going to use the 3-hole one. So, uh, yeah, like I said, I can just print the ends too. I just need to find the files for them. Would you mind if I drop a link to your store for the I'm a Maker t-shirts? You're not profiting, but every purchase includes $5 donation to the Stan J. Mortimer. Well, definitely. Definitely, definitely, definitely. You can do that, Pete. Solar 3D. Love the skull you recently posted on Things. Mayhem. Okay. So we'll show this off. It's the I'm a Maker t-shirt. Got you. Looks like you have mugs and everything else. So is the donation just on the t-shirt, or is it on any of the I'm a Maker stuff? Okay, so anything from this website. So if you buy any of the items on here, whether it be a coffee mug, a t-shirt, a hoodie, looks like the woman's t-shirt is not fully loading for whatever reason. But if you get any of these items, it should give you at cost, and $5 donation goes to the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. Awesome. That is awesome. So let's come back over here and change our view back to here. So once again, we're doing the 3 holes. So we do need to do a couple of heat sets real fast. So yep, I've already dumped all the heat sets into the main one. We'll grab our stealth press. Now, because this isn't a real nice flat piece, unless I have something that I can put it on, like maybe this, will give me a flat piece that I can use to guide this. Okay, there's our heat sets all done. M3 by 8 and some hammerhead screws. So make a quick look, make sure we don't have any more heat sets to do real fast. Doesn't look like any right off the bat. So we'll go ahead and put this back down. Okay, so M3 by 8 and some hammerhead T-nuts. This we won't need, that's a spare part. Not there for now. Try and make some room because the printer's going to have to pop back up here in a minute. Try not to burn yourself on those parts that you just set when you're getting this prepped and ready. Okay, so we have that ready. That off to the side for now. We'll bring the printer back up. Orient it this way. This part's going to go over here on the where your view is on the right side here. And we need to be 75 millimeters between here and here. So roughly 75 there. Bring this up right there. And it can be roughly, I mean, it doesn't have to be 75 exact or something catastrophic is going to happen. Okay, so that's there. Now we'll need the cable cover. And I need to figure out where that piece is at. Bear with me 1 second. Would have thought it would have been in there. Little clip. I miss? Did I miss a plate or did I mine missing bag of things? Oh, there we go. I'm just not seeing what it is I needed. There we go. We've got our two pieces, and once again, M3 by 8s and our M3 T-nut. And these will go on the back edge, and this provides the ability for the cables from the motors and stuff to go down into the lower deck. And so this hump goes on the inside. So this piece will go over here. Get your M3 T-nuts lined up appropriately. One over here, one over there. Gonna get them lined up, make sure they're not riding over your extrusion, meaning hanging out behind or to the side of your extrusion. And then when you tighten these down, make sure that your T-nut turns. You know, you can look down from the side and look, just make sure that it turns. I have a personal disdain of T-nuts because of this, with them not turning. See, that one didn't turn. As case in point, I can pick this up. So this one didn't turn; it just tightened up. Just undo it a bit, push down, try it again. And that time it took. And this one didn't do it either. Okay, so both of our rear pieces are done. Now it wants us to do the panel. So I have not gone through and done the reverse panel thing on this. Was there other things to print in order to make that happen, or is it doable with the existing printed parts? Anybody that's done the reverse electrics bay? Can help me out there? Anybody? Anybody? Nope. I'm going to set this down real fast, and we're going to take a quick field trip here to, I guess, GitHub land. Trident reverse electronics. There we go. Inverted electronics model. Okay, it looks like it just drop brackets. Ooh, and different mounts for the Z motor mount. That would have been good to know before I went through and did the bed. Look smaller about those. Ah, it's the lip that's underneath, huh? Yeah, it's the extra lip ridge that's around it that's different. So, all right, well, we're going to continue and just build standard then. We're going to continue and build standard then. I don't want to stop and delay the build right now, waiting on printer parts. So, I'm going to move these over here because these are electronic things. Leave those there. And this is going to go upside down with, let's put the back away from us. So the front will be towards me. So like that. And we're going to need some panels, which we got panels from KB3D. Get these out. These are the ACM panels. All right, Mayhem. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. Thank you for hanging out and enjoying our Saturday with us. Always welcome and always appreciated. Okay. Once again, these are ACM panels. So the panels, I believe, are the same, but the printed parts are different. And with the, I mean, doing drop brackets, not that big of a deal, but having to redo the motor mounts after I've already got the bed mounted, I don't really want to go and redo that. And there's no easy way of doing it without taking the motor mounts completely off. So, which means taking the bed completely back off again and so on and so forth. Once again, these are the ACM panels. So it's aluminum on the side and a composite material in the middle. So you got a thin aluminum panel on the top and bottom with a little bit of plastic sandwiched in the middle of them. These are nicely milled. And so this is going to mount like this, yeah, like this way, because here's the rear motor and there's the cutout. You just have to make sure that it's going to be cut out and lined up with the Z motor cutout. And just mind, you may have to play with this a little bit to get it in there. We got to go this way to get it underneath the main feet. And then here, we're catching the motors. And normally you would be able to just flex this a tad bit. I can't flex it. So we're going to have to sit here and play with it a little bit back and forth. Because there really is no flex here. I may have to undo one of these motor mounts to get it in there. It is very well cut, that's for sure. And if I'm going to have to undo one of these motors to get the additional, I'm going to undo the rear one because it's only one motor then. I don't think I need to undo it all the way. Just need to loosen these up so that I can lean that motor out a little bit. Once again, it's just barely catching on the, what it's catching on is the, the connector for the cable, right? So there's a screw I may not find again. I'm going to pull these screws out. I get enough distance. Continue to put my head in frame. And I'm going to lift this up some so I can get the angle to drop that down. We'll set this back in place. Attach it back up. And these screws. Well, Shenanigans, how you doing today, my friend? You're working on a airplane, a 3D printed airplane build, correct? Is that what I saw you getting ready to start working on? See if I can't find that screw real fast. Hmm. That screw go. There it is. Um, are you going to use the lightweight, that kind of lightweight foaming filament for that? Darn it. Yeah, I haven't used it. I've heard some people use it before. They suggested it for the droid, for the DO droid build, because it it'll allow for a lighter head structure, and I just can't. I don't know about that. Not, not that it'd be a bad thing, but I'm just not sure about making it too light. That makes sense. There's definitely a balance between lightweight and rigidity, though. Me, oh, give me 1 second here, folks, to turn on the AC. Okay, so bottom deck panel is on. Now we've got the twist lock deck panel support. If I remember right, there's different sizes of these depending on what size um, bed or deck panels you're using. And of course, you've got the cable tie and the deck support, which also serves as a cable tie for underneath. Cable ties will be used on the vertical rear rails to once again cable up your, or I'll say trap your wires, but manage your wires. And then the other ones are used underneath to hold the deck panel and allow your larger wire bands to be managed. So looks like the thicker part is the part that goes down. They're showing one on each side of this rear motor. Stick that in and twist it. Now, looking at it, that is not going to work for me. What if I do it the other direction? Yeah, now that works for me. So this is showing, it looks like the thick portion, as we're seeing it down here, it looks like the thicker portion would be down towards the deck panel. But if I do that, it's not going to work. Like you can see here, bring you guys around here. This little piece is sitting up a little bit, right? So in other words, if I put this in here, this, and go to twist it, I'm going to bend this way up and out. I put it in the opposite way because it only turns one way, by the way. The print is sloped to turn one way. So if I put it in like this and then turn it, then it works and I get good support on the deck. So that's what I'm going to wind up doing. It looks like one of these goes on each side, kind of in the middle. And I may wind up reprinting these in the smaller size and swapping them out off stream. So two in the back, two in the front. And the only reason I'd swap them out is because it sticks up above, but that shouldn't be an issue with it sticking up above up here because um um English. There's going to be skirts here anyhow. So two in the back, two in the front. Din rails are going to go on each side. So got a couple of extras that I can use later on. Let me move this around so it's oriented with me. And what they want is 5 M5 nuts on this side, 4 on this side. Raise you guys up some. Okay. So they're calling for from front to back, right? Front here, back here. This side is on the top part of the graph, and it shows 5 M5 T-nuts on this side, 4 on this side. Because you're going to need 2 on each side to mount the din rail. And then that extra one over here is going to be in the middle, and it's going to be used to secure the, it would be used to secure the power supply. And they gave me a UHP power supply, so I'm not going to need that 5th one. You would if you were going to use the standard LRS. So that's something good to know. Really? On these, your holes are facing, I'll say, outwards. So in this pair, one hole's facing this way, the other hole's facing this way. Same thing on the other pair. I think this one, the spring is one of it, maybe. Kind of missing a spring and a ball. So reached in and found the spring. Maybe I'll be able to put that together. And for right now, I'm just getting these in here. I'm not worried about facing them right or anything. I'm just getting them in here. We'll need our DIN rails. We need our DIN rails. We'll need the DIN rail brackets. These little flippy things. And these are just supports. They'll clip on here and provide kind of a central support to it, while your ends go on. We're going to push them through a little bit because that'll make it easier to get them on. But you'll notice they have a spot here for a screw. We'll put in a screw there, and that will lock the DIN rail in place so it won't go anywhere. I did just put these on backwards. These do have little printed nubs on them that are supposed to go in and align it and hold it to the rail. I did put that on back. There. Okay, and now what we can do is we can use the tweezers and stuff to move our line our M5 nuts. And we're going to be using M5 by 10 button heads, if I remember right. M5 by 16 heads, my bad. Marcus 492, how are you? And I'm going to grab my ball end screw just because I don't want to sit here and mar things up trying to screw this in with a straight driver. Got those in directly. Now, as far as alignment goes, what we need to do is just make sure that these are square, going straight across the printer and not at an angle or cockeyed. So let me just measure. It doesn't really give a measure, and it doesn't, yeah, just roughly center the den rails and space them about 80 millimeters apart. So I just kind of want to see where I'm at here. About 95 there. There. So that gets me at least straight. And then we can worry about spacing between the two rails here in a second. Oops. Excuse me, bear with me one second. I want to print central hubs for cottontail. Told you we're going to start making some parts here for cottontail. And the other parts I have over here on the Kyber Dragon behind me are parts. It's the tooling parts for black box. Well, acetone vapor smoothing on prints per se. I have used acetone welding. I've been trying some acetone welding out on some ABS parts for a cosplay. Now they say about 80 millimeters apart. So I think we actually have plenty more room than that, but going to make it roughly 110 millimeters, 110 or 100, 110. So because once again, the manual is talking about a 250. As you can see, we're going to have plenty of room down here to run things. This is going to be one of the nicer builds just because of that we'll have the ability to run things a lot nicer because we have a lot more room. And we just had some ad breaks start up again. So for those of you that can still hear the sultry voice of Digital Dragon, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. For those of you that can't, we will be with you shortly. We're going to take some M3x8 screws now that we've got these ends in. And we're just going to take a couple of these M3x8s and run them down to lock these DIN rails in so they don't move side to side. Not that they're going to move side to side and fall out, but 9 times out of 10, I forget to put these in. And I haven't had a single DIN rail fall out on me. Do not over tighten. They're designed only to prevent the rails from sliding around, and you don't want to over tighten because you will strip the plastic. Acetone welding does not necessarily work on PLA. For PLA, I would suggest super glue. Epoxy will work for anything. And I would also suggest using like 3D glue for your PLA parts. Okay. Got that down now. Now it wants us to do the zip tie loops, which are once again along the back side here. And they go up and down the back side, 3 on each side. And that's going to provide a spot for you to manage your cables in the back. Let me You're going to tell me to run cables now, or I'm going to hold off on putting these in place. Oh, no, we'll do them. We'll do them. What the heck? So we're up here. This is the back side towards you. This is where we want to put in our cable ties. Once again, we'll need 3 up and down. So we'll do one kind of in the middle, just eyeballing it. One down towards the bottom so that we can cable tie it before it goes down into the little trough space there. And then one up here at the top. And this is where we're going to capture our Y end stop and the motor rail or the motor wires. 3 here. We'll do the same thing on the other side. Kind of just eyeball the middle. What is 3D Glue? 3D Glue, well, 3D Glue is a company, and they make a adhesive material for use with PLA and PETG. And they just recently came out with a formulation for ABS, and it is an adhesive. So what you would do is you would take both your parts, you would apply 3D glue to them, And once you get your 3D gloop applied, you would join them together, hold them together for a couple of minutes, and it's going to chemically bond those parts to the point where if it fails, it's going to fail on a layer line somewhere else. It will not pull apart at that glooped location. Okay. Darn it, that keeps twisting away. Punch you in tight. Stop twisting away. As you're going to twist, or there's a gap there, so that tells me that it's not, may not be twisting in the C-slot. But if you give me a minute, I will show you what 3D gloop looks like. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of whatchamacallit, darn it, like rubber cement almost, in a sense, where you put it on both parts and then you you put it in both parts and then you attach it together and it forms a heck of a bond. So, but yeah, if you do a search on 3D gloop, G, but once again, 3D gloop is the brand. They have formulations for PLA and PETG. You're supposed to shake it up to make sure that it gets properly mixed, right? And you want to use this in a well-ventilated room. So when I open this up, I'm not going to leave it open for a long while, but to give you an idea, you get a brush just like that, and as you can see, it's not thick like rubber cement, but it's a glue that's specifically formulated, and it will kind of melt and bond the chemically bond the PLA, and there's different formulation for PLA and PETG. For the longest time, they weren't coming out with a version for ABS because you can acetone weld ABS, and basically you're melting the ABS. Yeah. Bear with me so I can get my tripping hazard up out of the way, so I don't kill myself here. Okay, so we got those in. Now we're going to get into the electronics. And as you can see here, here's that printed support piece that is used on an LRS style power supply. So this is an LRS 350 24 volt. This is a UHP 200 24 volt. You get a 350, it's a little bit thicker, a little bit wider, but this will mount on the DIN rail just nicely. This, you mount it centered so it can flop a little bit. which is why you had that brace on the one side. So since we'll be using this one, we won't need the bigger one here. Or at least I don't think so. I may want to put a bigger one in here though if we're going to be running the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder with the MMU. That might be a thought because I do have a 350 size over here. But remember, you're running the bed off of an SSR, so there's no need for yeah, it's similar to a solvent or cement for PVC, except for PVC, no, there's some two-part, but there's a single part for PVC as well, right? But you put it on both the inside and then the outside, stick them together, and they'll basically melt it together, and you're not getting that pipe apart in that spot again. So I'm going to set the printer down while we get some things ready with some bracketry. And start getting some things put together. So we'll grab our brackets again, and I'm not going to need these because we've used the kinematic mounts. I'm not going to use these because these are designed for supporting the tool chains. Don't think we need that. Might need that. Okay. So Raspberry Pi and one of our thingamabobbers that hasn't been fully deburred yet. Folks, do yourself a favor when you're printing out your parts here. If you're going to be using, if you're worried about your parts coming off and not having a good first layer, use mouse ears. Don't use a full brim on these parts. Make your life a little bit easier. Okay, yeah, there you go. If you're having to get your brims and stuff off, there's only a critical couple of places where you really have to get them off on these parts. Um, I know that's probably blasphemous to a few people, but as I had a college professor once say, do the work to get the grade that you want. Don't do the work to, you know, basically don't kill yourself on all your classes. Focus on the ones that really mean a lot, and then the rest just work for the grade that you want. That makes sense. So on parts that are going to be under a deck panel and only be visible to you when you have to go do maintenance, um, I would say just pick and choose how much time you spend on beautifying your parts. Stuff that's up above, I'll reprint in a heartbeat. Stuff that's down in the electronics bay, yeah, good enough. I feel like I have some extra things printed. And once again, your math on that is also dependent on, is this a showpiece? Am I taking this to a show to show off? Type of thing. Okay, so I think we got a few things ready there. So we need our M2x10 self tappers. Where's our self tapper? Oh, and I will say, you know, for the love of God, people, please stop providing the Phillips head screw M2x10 self tapping and kits. Any kit manufacturers out there, please, please, please spend 2 cents more to buy a bunch of the ones with the hex head, um, uh, hex head, pocket head cap screw ends. I can't tell you how many times I've stripped these or sheared the head off trying to get them into a part. There's the Raspberry Pi brace. Now it wants me to put a Pi on it. Let's see what we got here. We got a 2 GB RAM Raspberry Pi 4, or I have a La Potato, and yeah, this is a La Potato, I think, AML S905. Yeah, this is the La Potato with a 128 or 128 gig eMMC. So that's a potential option that we can put on here as well. GPIO is compatible with Raspberry Pi. The one downside is it uses a USB wireless that takes up one USB, so that leaves us with 3. I don't think we'll need it for this particular application. I also have a big Tree Tech Pi, and the nice thing about the big Tree Tech Pi is it can take 24 12 or 24 volt input. So we do have some options. Do you guys want me to use a Raspberry Pi 2 gig? Or do you want to see me use like a La Potato? Or like I said, we can use a Big Tree Tech Pi. Here, let's do this. No, just stabbing myself. So here is a Big Tree Tech Pi, which is a Raspberry Pi clone as well. It's got a Wi-Fi module on the bottom that you have an external antenna that connects to. Uses an SD card, and this little booger right here is an IO2C CAN hat. So this is basically your UTC adapter without having to run a separate UTC. And this takes 24 volt direct. So those are our three options right there that we can run. You would like Pi. Okay. Should we do this? And actually, give me 1 second before I say that and do that. This is a mute point, I think. Yeah. So it's going to be a mute point because we have a Manta board with a CB1. I wasn't even thinking, so we don't even need this. I don't need a Pi because I've got a Manta board with a CB1 module on it. So the electronics here are going to get even simpler. I just was not thinking through this clearly. So we don't need that. We don't need this. So we can leave that back over there. This back over here for another yet to be identified and defined product or project. We won't need this because we don't need a Pi at all. So let's recover the chocolate silk or a chocolate cream pie. So if Mrs. Dragon is downstairs listening to the stream, she might be so inclined to bring me a nothing bundt cake, and I would say a Reese's. So yeah, we're not going to need that. I'll put this back up. Maybe that'll be something that we give away as well on next weekend, is a Big Tree Tech Pi. Okay. Let's do this instead now. No Raspberry Pi, which also means no LRS-25 PSU. We don't need those either. We need a different set of mounts for the UHP. And did I print out UHP ones or did I print out RS-25? U200s, those will work. So we don't need the RS-25. We won't need A few of these. We'll just need 2 for the board. We don't have one for the pie. So, oh, I think I actually need to print a mount for this though. So I need to print a Manta M5P mount. So that won't be able to get mounted today simply because I'm going to have to print a mount for it. We can get it ready to be mounted. How does your giveaway work? So next Saturday is my streamiversary / birthday stream. So you will need to be present to win. I haven't quite decided which format I'm going to use yet. I have a feeling I'm going to use probably a Google form for sign up and the wheel. Because, oh, sorry about that, folks. Because I think that'll be cleaner and easier way to do it. I will. So well, I need to clean that. A lot of my prizes are going to be U.S. and or U.S. and Canada only. Well, I shouldn't say that. So I have a orbiter, a Smart Orbiter 3 from LDO Motors that is US only. I will have a Rapido 2 and a spool of AE-worthy ABS glass filled from Fetus. That is US. And we're back. Sorry about that. Where were we? So Smart Orbiter 3 from LDO Motors is US only. And I have a feeling that's because Jason's going to have one of his US distributors ship it. Fetus has a Rapido 2 and a spool of their AE-worthy ABS glass-filled filament. They're going to be shipping that. I'm going to send your contact information to them, and they're going to ship it after Chinese New Year. LDO Motors may also be impacted by the Chinese Lunar New Year. Okay, so it may not ship directly right away. I believe they're supposed to be back like the 19th from the Lunar New Year. Okay, KB3D, 2 $25 gift cards, one $50 gift card, one $100 gift card worldwide. And I'll need your name and your email because as soon as I get that information to KB3D, he's going to kick those out to you directly and you should have them that same day. Then I'm going to be throwing in 2 Dragonfly BMO hot ends, a FISEC all metal mini Sherpa or Sherpa mini extruder, and possibly a couple of other things into the mix as well. And those will be North America, so US and Canada. If you're elsewhere, I don't know. I have no idea what shipping is going to cost me to ship overseas. That's the main issue there. So we may come up with something else, and I'll be reaching out to Pez Liz after stream, so we may have some Polymaker spools that we can give away as well. So look forward to that. So build time. I'm going to crank you guys back down here so you can see a little bit easier. No fancy motorized sliders for me yet. Sounds like a 3D printed project. Okay, so a couple of things, and I like this, is it comes bare, like no jumpers on the board, and I like that because normally what I wind up having to do is sit here and pick all the jumpers off and then go back and put all the jumpers on. So we've got 3 Z motors, B and an A motor. So we're going to use all 5 of our motors here. So we need to put jumpers in here to enable the TMC 2209s. And those jumpers will go right there. So second one down on the 2 red ones. Okay. We're going to put that in there for all 3. And what you would do is you would look at your board spec out on their GitHub page or in their manual, and you will be able to get this information. And it all depends on what types of drivers you're running. So if you're running anything that uses UART, so 2208s, 2209s, I think 2240s, you will use the UART jumpers like we just set right here. If you're doing SPI, it's going to be different. So that's why you have to take a look. Does the giveaway stream be the same time next week? Yes. So I start at 10 a.m. for my streams. And what I will do is I will not start any of the giveaways until noon, because I understand that, you know, I start at 10 a.m., which is 7 a.m. Pacific time, right? And so I just don't think that's fair to, like, hey, I'm coming on at, 8 in the morning my time, and we're gonna immediately start doing giveaways, which would be like 5 in the morning on a Saturday. So that doesn't make sense. So we'll do it. I'll start it at 10. We'll chat. We may build for a little bit, and then at noontime we'll open things up for the giveaways, and we'll start doing the giveaway stuff. Sound good? Then the other piece that we need to do. So if you look on your back and on your silk screen, you'll see. And actually, let me just pull the pen out up, or the manual up for an M5. I believe I have one of those. 8P M5P. Okay, so driver voltage. As we're looking at our drivers, right, capacitors, there's 3 pins between the driver and the motor, or the stepper plug-in here. There's 3 pins right here. If you're on the center and the one to the right, you're using whatever power you're putting into the board. So whether that's 12 volt or 24 volt coming into the board, that's the power that you're driving the motors with. If you're going to put other motors in here that can handle the larger voltage, then you would put them on the left 2 pins, right? Since we're going to be running these with 24 volt, we're going to go on the center and the right pin for all 3 of these. or for all 5 of these. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Got a jumper on the right 2 pins. The left pin on all 5 motors is left open. Okay. The other thing that we need to do is our fan voltages. So let me kind of see where we're at up here. So for the UART TMC, that's what we're doing is the out of the, I'll say 4x3. So 4 column or 4 columns, 3 rows there. We're doing the top 2 rows of that second column. This is for our TMC drivers. So 2208s, 2209s, 2225s. If we were SPI, which would be a TMC 2130 to 5160 high power, I'm not sure about the 2240, then you would be in SPI mode and you would have all 4 of those top 2 rows jumpered. The TMC diag, if you are using sensorless homing, then you need to place jumpers here. We're using physical end stop switches, so we don't need to worry about it. If we were, it was going to be the 2 pins underneath your black side. There's 2 small pins and there's smaller jumpers. So the standard jumpers that I've been using are on the left. The small one on the right would be the ones that you would be using to jumper those 2 pins for doing your diag pin. Okay. And I just dropped both of those. So probably never to be seen again until I vacuum. Oh, that one? Hey, there's one. Find the other one later. Like Legos, just walk around the floor barefoot, you'll find them. We did our driver voltage selection. Now mounting the core board, that would be the mounting of our CB1. And did they have? Don't think so. Now, the one thing I'm not seeing is I don't think they provided a CB1 heatsink, or I'm not seeing it right off the top of my head. So I will need to procure one of those. Your CB1 modules do run fairly hot. So having that heatsink on them is a really, really good idea. Double check, I don't think I have. And I do not. I will have to order one. So you do want to definitely put a heat sink on these. They do run pretty hot. So these boards, the Manta boards, can support a CM4 module or the CB1. Your CB1 module, it has the same board-to-board connector pins, and that's what allows it to talk to the board. Now, the easiest way for me to tell, one, you can look at the diagram. This is how the M4 would look, or the CM4 would look like. If you're doing a CB1, it's going to look like this. So your wireless chip should be facing this USB, this vertical USB, which means your CPU and RAM would be up here. But that's CPU and this is RAM. And you want to take your board-to-board connectors are offset to one side. So look at your spacing here to verify, and they are offset to this side. So that's how you verify. Now, I about stuck it on there, and you don't want to do that just yet. These have a plastic on them, and you've got to take that plastic off, or you're not going to be able to get the screws in to hold this board on, or I should say to hold your heat sink on. The board is pretty much going to be on there with the board-to-board connector. It's not going to come off on its own. You're going to have to work to get that board off once you put the board-to-board connector. But you need these screw holes to be open so that you can screw through the board, so through the heat sink, through the board, and then into these mounting lugs. Like I said, I'm going to have to order the heat sink. That won't stop us from moving forward here. So wireless chip towards the edge here. It may be easier right now to mount your wireless antenna on the board before you put it on, because you'll have more room. I hate these little like tiny RCA connector things. They're a pain. Like every once in a blue moon, I get it. Like right there, I say it's a pain, and then boom, it clips in first time. So you're going to line this up, and I'm going to line it up basically using the holes. And just like we did on the bed, once you get it lined up, you'll feel like you can't move it. Like I can't wiggle it side to side. That means it's lined up on those B2B connectors. So push down on either edge. Don't push down the RAM, push down on either edge, and you'll hear it click. And that's what you're looking for, is for that to click. And once it's clicked, then you'll know that your board is installed right, and it should be laying flat there. It shouldn't be raised up. It should be flat on them. So that's good. And you'll have a heat sink that's going to go in and mount on both sides of these. And I'll have a heat transfer pad that'll go there. So we'll have to mount that at a later date. I'm also, like I said, going to have to print the mounting brackets for this as well. Selecting the voltage for our fans. So this is kind of a pain in the butt. So you've got, where are my fans at? So you've got your filament detect, fan 1, fan 0, the high fan, and then a regular fan. These bottom 4 2-pin connectors are your fans. And your power for them are up here. So we've got which way is what? 5, 12, 24 volt left to right, looking at it. And no, it shows 5, 12, 24 volt, but it's actually, yeah, it's down at the very bottom. And I hate that they do this in red. So this is the pinout for one, and then you've got the next two. 24 volt is to the left, closest to the connector. Then 12 is in the middle, and 5 volt is towards the motors. So I set all of mine up for 24 volt because that's what I tend to run is all 24 volt fans. I will triple check what they sent in the kit. Well, and also, mind you, your tool head fans, so everything is up on your tool head. So your normally what's going into fan 0 and fan 1 are your part cooling fan and your tool head fan. Those are going to be on your tool head CANBUS board. So it's not going to matter regardless. This leaves your fans available for like your controller fan, your like I'll bring one of them in for my Nevermore, or not my Nevermore, but my bento box. And I know those are running 24 volt fans. So that's how we set our fan jumpers. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So what else do we have? We're not. We will be using a PT1000 because I'm not using the stock. I'm not using the BMO that they're shipping with this hot end, the Dragonfly BMO. That's one of the things I'm giving away because I'm going to use a different hot end, and of course it doesn't matter here either because it's not coming all the way to the board, it goes to the tool head. So I don't need to use that. Anyhow, so we don't need to worry about the ones on the board because we'll be reading it from the tool head. We won't have a BL touch, and that in our sensor, the CNC touch goes to the tool head. The screen is a standard 128/64 display. So we will be going into the EXP1 and 2 unless I buy another touchscreen and do clipper screen for it, which I might do. At which case, if I do clipper screen, I've got to remember that the DSI connection for this board is underneath the board. So I have to remember that if I do a DSI connection, this will be a DSI connection. RGB lighting, I think we might have some RGB lighting. We will have the tool head lighting. There's the camera and the DSI connection that we'll make. Okay, so, whoops. Let's go ahead and need to do some heat set inserts, and then we'll get our power supply mounted up. And we'll be able to get at least that plugged in. power supply. We'll have our N rail is, or not, our SSR as well. And it's 4 o'clock, so we're probably going to call the stream here shortly. Our U200, we need to put in some heat set inserts here, and then that's what's going to screw to the ends of our power supply. So we'll run screws in, and they'll attach to each side just like that. Kenneth 3D Prints, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. We've been trucking along today, making some good progress. We've got the X gantry built. We got the X gantry built, installed, and the belts run. We got the bed, the magnet, the heater all installed, and we mounted it in the printer using the Whopping Orchard Kinematic Bed Mounts that came with the DFH kit here. And then we've got the deck panel installed, and we're starting to work on the electronics area. Right now, we're just installing some heat sets so that we can get our power supply ready to be mounted. And I realized that I've got a part or some mounting brackets that I think I need to print for the Manta M5P board. And I was sitting here fretting over which Raspberry Pi we were going to use, and then realized that we've got a Raspberry Pi built in with the CB1 module. So, yeah. Our SSR will mount on a metal bracket. This is an actual Omron SSR. That's nice. And that mounts with M4x6 button head screws. Go ahead and mount that while we're sitting here waiting for our heat sets to cool down. And I can never remember which way. And it doesn't really. Lovely. Load. We'll put the spring to the loads. Those two are mounted. We'll need, I believe it's our M3x6 button heads will work for mounting our power supply. If not, we'll go with the M8s. But I prefer to use button heads on here rather than socket head cap screws, just because they're shorter. These should work fine. Yeah, we're going to have plenty of room up underneath this printer because we're not using a larger power supply. And as larger form factor power supply. We'll have the SSR. We won't have a Raspberry Pi. We won't have a 25 RS5 power supply. And we won't have and so this is how it goes in there. You just get your screw started, slides right in, and then you'll tighten them down. We won't need a UTC because there's CANBUS on this board, I believe. Could be. Let me triple check. Yep, we have CANBUS on the board. So we don't even need to worry about a UTC or a separate 24-volt run for that. It comes straight off the board. So on one of the board or one of the printers where we have the most space to be able to work on our electronics, we've got the smallest electronics package available. Now, I could do something completely wild and out of the box, but I don't think I'm going to do it just yet. I think that might be a separate stream where we go through and do some rejiggering. But I do have a Leviathan. So the next thing I'm also going to do here is I'm going to get my driver boards ready. So we're going to take our driver boards, and there's a pattern to the boards themselves. And normally one side's red, one side's black. That lines up directly with these boards. So they go in only one way. They're keyed to go in one way. So you just get the boards in there and push them in. So we'll get these little driver boards thrown in there. And I think that's pretty much where we're going to stop for today. Because, yeah, I think we're hitting a stopping point. I'm going to need to grab some food here. I'm sure Mrs. Dragon would like me to go grab some lunch. That was weird seeing having a wire in there, because normally you'd use the wire for SPI, which this is not an SPI driver. So oh, interesting. So this says this is a TMC 1.2. So be cognizant of that. 1.3, 1.3, 1.3. The other one's a 1.3. This is a 1.2. We're going to pull that out. And I will replace that with one of mine, because I've had issues with TMC 1.2s not acting right in newer boards. So we will be swapping that. That, and I don't like things being different. Now, if I was running like 2240s or a 5160 for the A and B motors, okay, that makes sense to have different drivers. But if they're all TMC 2209s, I want them all to be 1.2s or all 1.3s. I don't want to have different board styles, because I've chased too many issues and ghosts in systems only to find out that it was due to different versions of the stepper drivers. So just case in point, highly, highly suggest if that is something that you do as well. It's just a lot less headache. Any of these different? Do not appear. Okay, looks like we have an ad break in progress. And once again, let me go grab driver. For those of you that have been around and followed the channel for a while, you'll know I did the same thing on Chewy's build because he had a couple of 1.2 drivers as well. And I swapped those out for the 1.3s. Just too many times I've had issues running different versions of the Big Tree Tech TMC 2209s. These are, driver boards or other things that I'll say I keep in stock. Um, that's the nice thing with stepper drivers like this is if a driver fails, you can just pull one out and replace it. If it's soldered onto the board, then it's a lot more in depth to try and get a replacement for it. And that's either adding another card or some type of extension module to get it if you're dealing with like clipper, or soldering, desoldering work if you're good with SMD soldering. Major Gamer Geek. Welcome in. Thank you for the resubscribe for 6 months. Wow. I appreciate that. I hope your day is going well. Got them all on there, about in the same place, same orientation. That's nice. So we're reaching a endpoint simply because I need to print a mount for the M5P. I need to order a heatsink for the CB1 module on here. We'll use 2 of these on the M5P. So this, and this are superfluous. We don't need them. What else? Got a few more things to add to the printer. And then when we come back on the next stream, so next Saturday is the birthday stream. And also next Saturday, we will continue with the build and we'll start working hardcore in the electronics section, starting to get things laid out and installed. I may go ahead and go through and do heat set inserts off stream, so those are done. And then, yeah, next week we'll do a little bit of building early in the morning. And then once again at 12, we will open some things up and we will start doing some prize giveaways and celebrate the birthday and our stream anniversary. So let me straighten some things up here a bit. In order to help keep things a little decluttered, I am going to put the printer back up here and get mount the couple of things that we can mount. So front to back, side to side. Okay, there we go. So this is where I'm going to mean by we've got plenty of room, right? Let me raise you guys up here. Sorry for the bright light coming in. So got you up here. Once again, normally made for an LRS power supply. So this would have been the LRS power supply. And this is the power supply that we're going to use. And the way we're going to put this, let me check something real fast. Yes, our power's on this side. So this is going to be our 110 quadrant. So on your UHPs, you've got 3 on one side. That's your 110. The 2 sets on the other side, this is your 24 volt. So we are going to snap this on here just like this. So our 110's over on this side and our 24 volt will be coming over here. That means what I want to do with my UHP is, since my 24 volt is over here, or my Manta board is going to mount over like this. Okay. We've got our SSR. Once again, low voltage signal in, 110 out. So we're going to mount our SSR like this. So low voltage is towards the front of the printer, all the 110s in the back. For moving our power through, we're going to use this design, and that's going to mount right here in the corner. And what this will let us do is have our load, neutral, and grounds all over here in the corner, right next to our power inlet, so that we can keep things very nice, clean, and situated. In fact, we'll go ahead and install this while we're here. I'm just trying to get things on the printer, so that I have less things laying around like on the floor and stuff. Go ahead and get this case. These will go on with M5 by 10s. Need to make sure that they're up appropriately. Let me put my Wagos in there once again from our Lineo kit. So what all do we need to print out? We need to print or buy the we need to print or buy the cable chain ends. We need to buy a CB1 heatsink, and we need to print the mount for an M5P. We're going to mark this. What we say? We said load, neutral, ground. Is that how we're going to run them? My birthday is next Saturday. So next Saturday we'll be doing my 1-year stream anniversary celebration, and we will be doing a birthday stream celebration. I need to change to a different Goodfinity piece there and just go with a vertical cup that I can put my my knives and stuff in. So we're gonna have that there. We're gonna use our 5x10s. Like I said, it's going to be kind of funny that we're going to have all of this crazy amount of space available in this build, which is the largest build that I've done. And yet it's going to be the least amount of electronics in one of these. And I'll be quite honest with you, this setup with the M5P we did in a salad fork. And the salad fork is a 160 by 160 build. So yeah. So basically all of the same electronics that we are using in this build, that was a 160 by 160. So that's basically here, or I guess let me do it this way. That printer is basically about like this size. So all of the electronics that we have right now are dumped down into this size with, once again, it's a salad fork is a mini Trident, right? So it just gives you an idea. In fact, this over here, let me clean a couple of things up real fast. Meanwhile, if anybody would like to look for and or suggest a raid target for today, that would be appreciated. What I want to do is grab a couple of these pieces and get them out of the way. And we're going to bring the salad fork up and put it up here so you can see kind of the difference between these two, because one is basically a miniature Trident, and then this is the largest official size Trident. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting comparison. All right, folks, I'm going to need a second here to get some things rejiggered real fast. Okay, so too many things on the table and not enough space for certain things. Okay, I think we're safe. We move this. So I got to hold it because the 1 foot is off the side here. Big Trident, small Trident. Small Trident flipped over. This is all the same electronics that we have here down in here, except for an SSR. So this is using a 24 volt heated bed. The only difference is no SSR on this one. Same electronics, so I'll print off the same mount. Yeah. Ugly Moo is painting Mando and Biomods is making blasters. Okay. Yeah, so UHP, Manta M5P, this is what I need to get is one of these heat sinks, right? This is just the fan piece. And then I broke out the 24 volt because I needed to provide for the bed. I won't have that same issue over here. So power supply, SSR, and then we'll have the main controller sitting here, and that's it. Like there's a small part of me that says I have a Leviathan sitting over there. Now, a Leviathan, I think, is better suited for a 2.4 build versus a Trident build, but it works either way. Now, with that, I would be able to get like a 24-volt power supply and run one of these for the 24 volt and one for the 48 volt. So the 48 volt would be for the AB motors, 24 volt for everything else. And then we'd have the SSR. And there's enough room here that I could literally like bring this up to the front and run like facing power supplies back here, or keep this over here, bring this to the side, put a 48 volt on this side, run the Manta, or I'm sorry, run the Leviathan, and have 24 volt and 48 volt directly. I mean, those are options. Probably be a little bit easier option-wise to do that on this style of build because it's so much bigger. And the Leviathan, once again, the Leviathan board, if you guys are not familiar with it, it's got the motors are built in, right? So the motors are built in, or the stepper drivers are built in, and what we got? Board. Yeah, so we've got 24 volt into the board, the hot end, and then the bed. We've got dedicated CANBUS on here. This is the high voltage input, so we'd run 48 volt right in there for the two 5160s. And this would be for the A and B motor. And then we'd have 3 Zs, or if we put on the 2.4, we'd have the 4 Zs. This spot right here, your Raspberry Pi literally sits right here, pulls power into the GPIO. And so we'd have to put a Raspberry Pi on it. But we've got those. And this board would mount basically like right there. We would have the 48 volt power supply feeding directly in, 24 volt come around and go here, and then all of our motors. So this is a viable option for this printer. That is a viable option. We won't need the extruder motor because once again, we'll have a CANBUS toolhead board. Let me think about that. Let me seriously think about that, and I'll probably put a poll out on Twitter and see what everybody thinks about that. Whether we should put the Leviathan on this or stick with the DFH M5P. Oh. This down here. Sorry about that, folks. Trying to clean up. So, okay, sounds like I think what I'm hearing is kind of ugly moo. Let me take a look here and see if it gives me that option right off the bat. And it does. Yeah, let's jump over and give Ugly Moo some love today. Everybody, thank you for being here. I'm going to go ahead and get this raid started over to Ugly Moo. Oh, he just went and be right back? Of course he did. Who else do we have out on main Twitch? Free Heathen's up. Jerry 3DHP's up. See what Jerry has. He's got Derek, Sergio, Jason from 3DTS, Matt German, of course, Kenny Sims, Rob Mank of the Baby Belt, and Zach. So quite a few people, quite a few faces that we're used to seeing. Biomod's working on a blaster. Chaos Drucker's up, but unless you guys speak German. Have a good one, Shaudel. Thanks for hanging out. And Ugly Moo, is he gonna did he say how long he was gonna be out? You did not hear a time? Okay. In that case, we can do Biomods or let's go do Biomods. I haven't busted out the Biomods in a long while. Let me go ahead and get a raid started to Biomods. And once again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me as we went through and did this and work on this build. As we said before, we will be here next weekend, doing a special 1-year subscriberversary and birthday celebration combination. So please come and hang out with me and enjoy some time with me. And we will come back and work on this some more next weekend. During the week, Tuesday and Thursday, I think we're going to start working on one of our droid builds. So, yay. I think I have everything in for Dio to get started. So we'll start working on the Dio build. Okay? Thanks, everybody. I'm getting the raid started now. There we go. And please come with me as we go over and hang out with Vile Mods. We'll see you next weekend, and we'll see you throughout the week as well. Take care, all, and have a good day. Bye now.